Good morning, everyone. I think we're going to get started. I'm Andy Smerick, the Mortgage Fellow of Education Policy here at the American Enterprise Institute. So glad to welcome you here for this event on rural schools. In just one second, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, friend, co-conspirator on this project, Mike McShane, and he's going to explain the order of events, what we're trying to accomplish, why we decided to undertake this volume. But before doing that, I just wanted to take a moment, if you don't mind, to explain how this work fits into the broader portfolio of activities that we have going on here. As you know, we have an education team that works on just about everything from our youngest learners, early childhood, up through post-secondary, even workforce training. So you're going to find our scholars writing about hot button pressing, really top issues of the day, whether it's student loans or school choice or teacher equality, and much, much more. But at the same time, we also aim to try to focus on issues that are similarly important but get way less attention than they probably deserve. And rural schooling often falls into that category. Today, this morning, millions of boys and girls are heading to school in rural America, and our discussions of K-12 reform, unfortunately, can be very disconnected from the realities of their communities. Everything from the culture and the history to the politics of these areas, and also, for our purposes as a policy think tank, the fact that the policies that we institute on transportation, on funding, on charter schools, on teacher certification, land differently on rural schools and rural districts often than they do on urban or suburban communities. So that's how this fits into our education team. But also there's this bigger story of how this fits into a larger AEI-wide initiative, a research activity we have that crosses several of our domains, and we're calling it the Human Dignity Project, HDP as we call it. It's aimed to advance this shared conviction that we have across the organization, and these are my words, that every single human being has boundless potential, regardless of where they live, regardless of what they've been going through, the challenges they face, how much money their families have, and that our policies need to reflect the fact that we appreciate every single American's value, but also that we need to have policies that do our best to make sure that all of our fellow citizens have the opportunity to succeed and thrive. So we have this interrelated set of activities that we're working on related to education, but also the opioid addiction crisis, family formation, poverty alleviation, prisoner reentry, and more. And so that larger project is informing the work that we're doing here. In short, we want to make sure that policymakers and philanthropists and other leaders, especially at the local level, recognize and give due attention to these issues that are sorely underappreciated at times. That is, kids, often low-income kids in rural communities and the schools and the needs of those schools and districts and their educators. So thank you for joining us. My throat clearing here is done. I want to turn it over to Dr. Michael McShane, like I said, an old friend. Mike is an adjunct scholar here at AEI. He had formerly, in a previous life, been a full-time scholar here, and he's also the director of national research at EdChoice. He's been the author and editor of lots of different books, including one of my all-time favorites, New and Better Schools, The Supply Side of School Choice, which came out of an AEI conference just like this one here. And very importantly for this event, he's a practitioner as well. Mike began his career as an educator and a coach down in Alabama. So with no further ado, thank you so much for being here. Here's Dr. McShane.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good morning, everybody. It's so great to be with you. I feel as an organizer of a conference, it's always incumbent upon me to start with why should we care? Why should we be interested in this topic? And sort of echoing what Andy said, I think it's true that a lot of the education policy conversation of the last 20 or 30 years has focused predominantly on urban areas. And it has for good reason. The challenges that are faced by urban schools and the, at times, lackluster results that they come from are a moral outrage and a crisis and something that we have to deal with. But it's important that we don't forget that not all children are educated in urban schools. And I want to say at the outset, the purpose of this conference is not to try and set up some sort of either or. Because we care about rural schools, we don't care about urban schools, or because we care about one or other, sort of try and say that, one group of schools has it harder than another one does. But it's trying to address some real issues that affect, according to, NCES, over 9.1 million students in 27,264 schools in 7,156 districts that are classified as rural. And if we include, for reasons that we could debate, children that are educated in towns and others, that number would only grow higher. But I'll tell you, I have a personal interest in this. As Andy said, I used to work here full-time before we had these sweet digs. I won't take it personally that you made this move after I left. The chairs weren't quite as futuristic when I was here. But, I moved back to my home state of Missouri. I live in Kansas City currently, and I went to work for a small think tank there and spent a lot of my time traveling around the state of Missouri talking about education policy with folks, and especially when I traveled down to the southern part of Missouri and parts that we call the boot heel. The groups that would have me, the Rotary Club or the Kiwanis Club or the small church that would have me kind of give my dog and pony show about education in Missouri. When you talk with folks afterwards, I kept hearing this kind of recurring theme of just how difficult in the last 15, 20, 25 years life had become there, increasing, as we will hear about on these panels, the opioid crisis that hit it, economic issues that, again, we'll talk about on this first panel, and just how difficult it had become there. And then also, as a social scientist, about that same time that I moved home, two economists, Ann Case and Angus Deaton, published a paper called The Rising Morbidity and Mortality in Midlife Among White Non-Hispanic Americans in the 21st Century, which I imagine made them very popular at parties, that topic. It's tough to get out there. But one of the things that they found was, sort of paraphrasing from the abstract of their paper, a marked increase in the mortality of middle-aged white men and women in the United States between 1999 and 2013. It reversed decades of progress in mortality, was unique to the United States, was confined to white people. Every other racial and ethnic group continued to see mortality rates fall. And when they looked at why this was happening, it was largely accounted for by death rates from drug and alcohol poisonings, suicide, chronic liver diseases, and cirrhosis. And although all education groups saw increases in mortality from suicides and poisonings and an overall increase in external cause mortality, those with less education saw the most marked increase. They also found these marked declines in health, in mental health, in the ability to conduct activities of daily living, increases in chronic pain, the inability to work, as well as increases in deteriorations in liver function, which all points to this sort of growing distress in this population. And though, they coined this term deaths of despair, which, when you think about just that sort of terminology, it sort of shocks the senses. And as we will discuss in this first panel, while this is sort of just talking about predominantly rural white folks, that isn't necessarily the whole story of rural education, but it's something that should sort of shock our senses. And, when we talk about rural education, we'd imagine that some issues are the same between rural schools and urban and suburban schools. But some are unique. The vast distances between schools, the dispersed populations that they have to serve, the particular role that the agricultural economy plays in community, as well as issues of isolation. There are other issues that are also the same, but have a distinctly rural twist. Attracting and retaining high-quality teachers is something every school across America is trying to do, but rural schools run into particular issues with that. Giving students and families choices in their instructional program. Again, something that all schools across the country are trying to do, but hits rural schools in a particular way. And also coping with long-lingering issues related to race and racism. Again, something that affects all schools around the country, but especially as we'll hear in this first panel, impacts rural schools in a particular way. Okay, so today's conversation, what are we doing today? We are going to have three panels. Number one is already up here. Thank you all so very much. It will discuss some of the macro factors related to rural education, including economic development, the opioid crisis, and the particular experiences of African Americans in rural communities. We are so lucky to have Lillian Lowry of Ed Trust, who formerly served as state chief in both Maryland and Delaware, to offer comments and reflections on the papers. These papers that are being presented will eventually become chapters in a forthcoming book published by Roman and Littlefield. Immediately following this panel, our second panel will dig into the data on rural schools and their performance and the politics of rural schools and communities. We're also lucky to have Emily Freitag of Instruction Partners to discuss those papers. She started her career as a rural school teacher in Louisiana and was Assistant Commissioner for Curriculum and Instruction for the state of Tennessee. She brings a wealth of knowledge on rural education to the conversation. We will then break for lunch and hope that all of you will remain for the panel following lunch. Panel 3, we'll dig into some of the nuts and bolts policy issues for rural schools. We'll discuss school finance, school choice, and teacher quality and how they play out in rural schools. To offer her thoughts, we have Jillian Ballow, who currently serves as the state chief of Wyoming's public schools, to offer her reflections. So for each panel, authors have promised me, they will speak for no longer than 10 minutes presenting their papers. Our discussants will also take no longer than 10 minutes to offer their reflections. Following that, we'll have some moderated Q&A that either Andy and I are due, and then we'll open it up to questions from the audience. Just closing with a couple of housekeeping notes. I will say, so the papers that are being presented today, they're available out in the hall. They're also available online on AEI's website. They are works in progress. So your questions can help authors refine what they have to say before the chapters head to the publishers. I will also say, given the time constrictions, our authors will not be able to cover every single intricacy of their papers in the time that we have allotted them. We want their presentations to hit the high notes and get y'all interested in reading them in full. If you feel like they didn't spend enough time on an issue, maybe read their papers before you get mad. And in fact, that's generally pretty good life advice, so you can take that one with you after you leave today. Today's conversation is being live streamed on AEI's website. I believe these cameras back here are doing this. I was assured that they were not in HD. HD is not kind to me. So that hopefully they will be done in low def. It'll be available in the next day or two on AEI's YouTube page if you want to relive the magic. And then finally, if you'd like to participate in this conversation via Twitter, we have a hashtag, which is hashtag #RuralEdAtAEI. RuralEdAtAEI. If you're looking at AEI's sort of education page, they're already tweeting about it. So we'll try and take some questions from Twitter during the conversation, so feel free to tweet those to the hashtag or to Andy or I as we moderate. But fair warning, it is hard to multitask, so don't be offended if we don't get to your question. As I said before, lunch will be available out in the hallway at 11:45 after our second panel. And I just want to close with a couple of quick thank yous, in addition to all of our great authors and panelists for being here, and for Andy for being such a great collaborator on this. I particularly want to highlight Grant Addison, who's here in the front, who's the primary RA on this, who has been the quarterback of this whole thing. Our great conferences team and AV folks here at AEI for putting all of this wonderful thing together. I'd like to thank Roman and Littlefield, the publisher of the volume that's coming out of all of these papers, who've been great partners on all of this, the AEI RAs who actually formatted and proofread all of these things, and for AEI in general for all of the support that they give to projects like that. So I think that's probably just about enough of hearing from me. I'd like to turn it over to Andy and our first panel.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, the introductory stuff is almost over. If you want to ask questions for the people either at home or in the audience, you can tweet it at me, and I'll try to keep a look on my phone so I can get those questions in. I'm just at Smerick. At Smerick, you can tweet at me. Okay, so Mike already introduced our discussant, Dr. Lowry, who a longtime educator in Virginia. I don't know if there's anyone else who's been a state chief of 2 different states right now, so both Delaware and Maryland, so this is just exceptional. So she's going to be discussing these 3 great papers we have. You have the full bios and papers available to you, so I'll just do a 1 sentence for each and then kick it off to them. So Dr. Angela Rashidi is going to go first. She is a research fellow here in poverty studies at AEI. Next is Dr. Shanika Williams. She is an associate professor in the program of educational administration and policy at the University of Georgia. Thank you for joining us. And then Clayton Hale. He is a research associate here also at AEI, and he's been working closely with one of our other scholars, Dr. Sally Sattel, on the opioid crisis. So, Dr. Rashidi, off to you.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here. I think I need that for my slides. Yep, perfect. Let's see if we can there we go. So thank you, Mike, and thank you, Andy. I feel, Mike and Andy are so high energy, I feel like I need to kick it up a little bit. But like I said, it's really a pleasure to be here. So my field of study is poverty. And so I wrote a chapter on rural poverty and its implications. And when Andy asked me to write this chapter, I was really excited to do it because although my field of study, is poverty and not necessarily education, I actually grew up in a rural area in Wisconsin and attended a rural school, public schools throughout my secondary education. So it was really something that I was intrigued by. So my chapter, though, focuses on sort of at a macro level poverty and those implications for rural schools. My focus, again, is a little bit broader than just what can happen within schools, because there's other people on this panel, and you will hear from later today, that are much more experts in that area than me. But where I think I can add to the conversation is thinking more broadly, because obviously schools and educators cannot do everything for students, particularly those who come from families and who are facing poverty on their own. And as we know, poverty and low income really makes it more difficult for those children and their families to get a good education. So, the chapter that I wrote basically addresses three areas or three issues. One is just looking at poverty in rural versus urban areas, and are rural schools at a disadvantage in the sense that they're serving a population that maybe has higher poverty or not? What do we know about poverty? The second is what underlies some of the economic challenges that are being experienced in rural areas across the country, and obviously has implications for schools in rural areas. And then finally, what can be done about poverty that makes it, again, from my perspective, it actually makes it easier for educators to focus on education and to not have to deal with some other issues that poverty brings, such as economic challenges, violence in the home, children that are growing up in situations that maybe are not ideal from an education perspective. So like Mike said, I'm not going to be able to cover everything in the chapter, so if any of this intrigues you, I encourage you to read through it. But I'm going to first just talk about what the poverty situation is in rural areas. And you would think it would be a very straightforward answer, but it is not at all. There's actually two issues with how we think about poverty in rural areas. One is, and they're both definitional issues. One is just how do you define rural and urban? And our statistical agencies they try to define it, but there's really two ways to define it. One is this non-metropolitan area that the U.S. Census Bureau tends to use, and the other is just rural-urban, and they're both different. And I'm not going to get into the details of how they're different, but it does have implications when we look at various metrics, but also poverty. So looking at it one way, it looks like poverty in rural or non-metropolitan areas is higher. You look at it another way, and it switches. The other issue is how do you define poverty? And so we have different ways of defining poverty as well. We have an official poverty measure, which basically just looks at cash income and compares it to a threshold. And we also have this other measure called the supplemental poverty measure, which factors in government benefits and things like that. So the two graphs I have here sort of looks at different measures in a different way. The first two, I guess your left, is looking at poverty from this non-metropolitan definition. And it's the official poverty measure. So looked at this way, it looks like non-metropolitan areas, what we think of as rural, right? It has a little bit higher poverty rates and has had higher poverty rates across time. After a very large decline in the 60s as a result of many things, but including the war on poverty, it's basically been, consistently slightly higher over time. But then if we look at the supplemental poverty measure, which factors in government benefits, but also makes adjustments for geography, so cost of living. So our official poverty measure is the same whether you live in New York. The threshold is the same whether you live in New York City or rural Alabama. The supplemental poverty measure has different thresholds, and when you do that, it looks like non-metropolitan poverty is actually a little lower. So, not very clear, right? I generally, and having looked at these data for quite a while, I don't think poverty is all that different in urban and rural areas when you think of levels, right? Almost similar shares of children in rural areas are in poverty as in urban areas. And I think that's an important distinction because a lot of poverty scholars, at least, often think of poverty as an urban issue. And I think that, for those in the room, also you probably know that's not necessarily true. Okay, so once we have sort of a sense of, what is poverty in rural areas, we then can sort of shift to and talk about what are some of the underlying causes. Historically, and I think many people still have this perspective, there's a lot of differences in rural and urban areas when it comes to what causes poverty. What's interesting is over time, and at least, or particularly in probably the last decade, some of those issues are starting to come together, and we're seeing more of the same issues in rural areas that you're seeing in urban areas. Obviously, limited education and limited employment are large contributors to poverty, as is single parenthood. And we've seen over time some of these issues become more prevalent in rural areas. Labor market challenges are particularly or have particularly affected rural areas, especially recently, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And then finally, immigration, another underlying cause. So I just want to give a few numbers before I wrap up my 10 minutes, again, to try to maybe pique your interest in this issue. And these are some numbers or some data that sort of reflects on these underlying causes that I talked about. So the first is in terms of limited education. What we know about rural poverty and how it contributes to the families that are being served by rural schools is that rural residents tend to have lower education levels than urban areas. So about 80% of rural residents who are age 25 or older lack a 4-year college degree. Many of them have high school degrees, but most lack a 4-year college degree. And how, and that obviously has implications for poverty because we know that higher poverty is associated with lower levels of education. And the reason that is because people with lower levels of education tend to work less, which brings us to the next two sets of data. So among those who are poor, there's actually a smaller share of rural residents who are poor work than those who are poor in urban areas that work. And this is actually a shift. 15 years ago, you had a higher share of working poor in rural areas. And I think that sort of is consistent with what people think. You think, oh, rural poor are working poor, urban maybe are not working poor. It's actually shifted in the last few years. And as you see here, only 24% of the rural poor, so those defined as poor, are actually working at least half-time. And then just, taking it out a little bit broader, not just the poor, but just in general, there's a smaller share of working age adults in rural areas who work at least half-time. And there's a lot of reasons behind that. Age plays a little bit of a factor, disability plays a factor, other things sort of come into play. Okay. And then, so just getting into a few of the other underlying causes, again, people often think of immigration as not necessarily a rural issue. But I think that that's a little bit short-sighted because although only 3% of rural populations are immigrants, it's still 3%. And those, immigrant families bring opportunity to rural areas because immigrant families tend to work more than native-born families, but it also brings a number of challenges, not only to rural schools in trying to educate immigrant children, but poverty just creates different issues for immigrant families, and they tend to be lower income than native-born families, even though they do work a little bit more. And so you think about going broader than just the school, it's families dealing with all of these other issues, language issues, cultural issues, as well as just the consequences of being poor. And then finally, this issue of married versus unmarried parents. And I think, again, we think of rural areas as being more married, and that's true. There's more children who are living with married parents in rural areas, but still about a quarter are living with single parents, and that's actually increased a little bit over time. So again, there's starting to be this sort of convergence in some of these issues. And I'll just, wrap up. I'm not going to talk too much about the policy solutions, but I will say, there's obviously policy efforts that can be done within the schools, and we'll hear a lot about those. But I would encourage everyone to think even more broadly. How can rural educators, rural schools, and really rural families leverage federal safety net programs that can help those families not only in their home environment, but then that can translate into the schools. And so in the chapter, there's a lengthy discussion on federal safety net programs and how those impact rural areas. And then finally, I didn't talk too much about the labor market, but the labor market has changed, as I think we all know, very much in rural areas. As service producing sectors have increased, domestic services, retail, things like that, manufacturing, farming, those sectors have decreased. And of course, that then has impacted our rural areas disproportionately to our urban areas, which contributes to some joblessness in our rural areas. And so as much as rural governments and even state governments and federal government can focus on rural areas from an economic development perspective and trying to either substitute other sectors for, manufacturing that might be gone or, farming that might be gone, really thinking more broadly about how can we focus on the economics of these rural areas, because that translates into the poverty rates and obviously has implications for our rural schools. So I'll end there, and I look forward to a discussion and any questions. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much. And that's a perfect segue. Dr. Williams has written a paper for us on as you'll hear throughout today, rural, although it's a catch-all term, there's so much diversity in it, whether it's the northern plains, that's different than maybe the desert southwest, and that's different than the deep south and the history there. So, Dr. Williams.
Thank you. So, good morning. When I was asked to write this chapter, I immediately said yes. And then I realized, with what data? Like, what am I going to write about? What am I going to say? Other than this is a topic that's very near and dear to me, and so therefore I'm very passionate about it. So I wrote a chapter about African American education in rural communities in the Deep South and making the impossible possible. So I wanted to start, first of all, by telling you what you'll read about in the chapter, what you'll hear me talk about today is actually my lived experience as well, and I say that at the very end of the chapter. I grew up in rural Alabama, not in a black belt county, but in one of the fringe black belt counties in the state. Went to rural schools that had very little, but I didn't realize that we had very little because I had teachers that made us feel like we had a lot. And so I thought, when I started to read more and write more about rural ed, I didn't see myself presented in the literature. And I was trying to figure out what is happening with rural ed. So I was at a conference about a month ago, and there was this larger discussion about rural and urban. And many individuals in the room commented that they saw rural as white and urban as people of color. And I thought, you have to be kidding me. Like, there's a whole group that's not in this larger discussion. So the purpose of the paper that I wrote was to examine educational opportunities afforded to African American students in the rural South and to add to the extant literature concerning rural education. Because again, oftentimes when we read about rural, we're reading about Appalachia, maybe some parts of the country in the Northeast. We tend to forget the Deep South. We tend to forget out west where there are a lot of Native American communities. So I wanted to highlight that in this work, and that's what you'll see if you read the chapter. So I approached this work from this larger frame of geography of opportunity. Right now, Cheryl Cashin is writing from this frame. Bill Tate has written through this frame. A colleague of mine at UT Austin, Terrence Green, writes using this frame. What is geography of opportunity? So its inequality and opportunity are often a function of where one resides. So oftentimes we look at things through the lens of race. Geography of opportunity looks at things through the lens of place. But in this chapter, I'm actually combining place and race and talking about geography of opportunity through that lens. So we know it's well documented in the literature that African American students are disproportionately insulated or isolated from opportunity. And what do we mean when we say that? Oftentimes African American students, regardless of where they are in this country, have teachers who are less effective, if you will, have schools that don't have the same resources, and so that isolates these students in some ways from opportunities. So when you think of that in a rural context where Angela has already told us about the poverty rates and the lack that there is in some of these places, that means that lessens the educational opportunity for students in these areas, but it also lessens the long-term economic opportunities. So when we think about place and race in terms of geography of opportunity, we have to think about, as I call it, the double down on African American students in rural places. And so there's this place stratification that comes with this, where some groups are situated in a hierarchy. Now, in rural places, not everyone is poor, but a huge portion of the population is. And so there's very little interaction in some instances, not in all instances, between the have and have-nots, if you will. So I want to take a minute and slow down and talk about this Deep South in context. So the red states here are the states that are considered the Deep South. And the Deep South, of course, are mostly your cotton states. And you have to think about, how did African Americans get to these places in the first place? Well, if you think about the issues of slavery and indentured servitude in this country, they were there working on the lands there, right? And so today you still have high numbers of African Americans who live in these places because of the reason they came there in the first place. And so in this particular study, I highlight 3 of the states in the Deep South, and those are Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia. And so in the chapter, I use narrative inquiry to talk about the experiences or the educational opportunities of students who attended schools in this rural Deep South. And you might say, well, what is the difference between the Deep South and the South? Well, if you read the paper, you'll see where I'm talking about. There's a vast difference, and I know it doesn't seem like it, in Mississippi and North Carolina. They're both southern and rural, but there is a huge difference if you visit the two. So I wanted to get the lived experiences of individuals because, again, this is not something we see represented in the literature. And you might say, well, you interviewed some people and you got their stories, and what's the so what of that? The so what of that is that these stories are not just these individual stories. These stories are representative of a people, okay? A people who have not necessarily been highlighted in the literature, but they are also examples that are not from a deficit mindset. Oftentimes we think rural, we think poor, we think ignorant, we think no opportunity. While some of that might be true, that is not the whole story. So I wanted to show the resilience of a people who come from places where there's very little, but they sought to try and make it. And so that's what you see in the chapter. So this is a purposeful sample of African Americans, as I said, who attended schools in these areas in places where the demographic data tell us that there are high poverty rates, low academic achievement data. So, what did I find after interviewing and writing the narratives of the individuals that are presented in the chapter? I used this quote, making the impossible possible. So, let me start there. That comes from a woman that I interviewed who is now a rocket scientist working with NASA. She came from the Black Belt area of Alabama. Wilcox County, Alabama, which at one time was one of the poorest counties in this country. And she said, when I went to school, all I knew is that I was good in math and science, but I was also good in English as well. But I had teachers who propelled me to go farther. But I knew that I'd watched my mother struggle. And she said to me, I chose to become an engineer because I wanted to help take care of my family, but I also wanted to leave. And I knew that if I chose to be a teacher, a math teacher, that's a great career, but it might keep me in this place, and I don't know if I would have been able to help my family in the same way. So that's just one incident from one participant. But all of the participants talk about isolation from opportunity, both educational and social. One young man that was interviewed for the study used this phrase, overcoming cultural naivete. This young man grew up in the Mississippi Delta, knew that he was sharp, his parents knew that he was sharp, but he also knew that the schools there could only get him so far. And so he went and lived in St. Louis with his aunt, attended a parochial high school, and wound up attending Morehouse College. But he would say that he doesn't know that he would have ever gotten to Morehouse had he not left the Delta. Findings from the participants also indicate then that there's self-motivation, but there's also some motivation in the community to work hard because you know that you don't have some opportunities, but then there are some things that you have that are really strong, which are community and family ties that might propel you to go further. One of the loudest themes from this work was that teachers matter. The participants that I interviewed all pointed to a teacher that encouraged them. One young man from a lake community in Georgia, Greene County, Georgia, said that his teacher would keep him in at recess and have him to do extra math problems. And he couldn't understand because he didn't get in trouble that day, but she saw how sharp he was in math. And she wanted him to continue to move forward because in Greene County, there is no Kumon, right? So how does he get the extra training to be skilled in math? And today that young man is in a PhD program, has a foundation back in his community in which he intends to give back. And so in sum, the participants saw that I have to move forward from this place in order to be able to give back. So in my growing years as a professional, maybe I can't live here, but there are things that I can do that might be able to help the community. So what does this mean for the research? When we look back at the 30,000 foot level and you've heard the stories and you've seen the data about the poverty and what the schools might have or not have, what does this tell us? Where should we go with rural research? Well, one thing is we must look beyond the deficit mindset. It is easy. We can write chapters and we can write books all day about the lack in these communities. But there is goodness in some of these communities as well. And perhaps if the literature would look more at what these communities have, such as a cohesiveness, then that might be one other way to talk about what's happening in rural education. I would argue, of course, I'm a qualitative researcher, I would argue for qualitative studies, more qualitative studies that look at the lived experiences. Now, I absolutely believe that mixed methods, where you can compare this to some of the data, helps us to tell a more complete story. But I think work such as what I've done here starts the conversation. Because if you have just numbers, that you don't put a face to that. And I think in areas that are already overlooked, they become further hidden sometimes behind the numbers. Opportunity remains a function of place in this country. And we need more research in general on African Americans in rural contexts. This is just a tip of the iceberg, but this circles back to that conversation and that convening where many individuals in the room saw rural as white and urban as people of color. And while that's true only to a certain point, and I'll end with that. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, the final paper, Clayton, on a particular issue that is influencing probably more rural communities than a lot of folks know, which means it's affecting low-income kids and rural kids in general in a way that a lot of people just don't know, the opioid crisis.
All right, thank you. So, like the first two presentations, I'm going to spend most of my time really framing the issue that animates our chapter, for those of you who may not be familiar with the opioid crisis. And if you're interested in more of the intersection between the policy where the crisis meets rural education, I would encourage you to read the chapter as well as really all the chapters here. So with that quick plug, I will begin. Alrighty, so many of you probably have seen this slide or a similar slide, or at least heard about this slide in the news, and that is showing the fact that America is in the middle of a drug crisis, fueled in particular by opioids. So the term opioid just refers to a class of drugs that acts on the nervous system that has the effect of relieving pain. They include commonly known prescription opioids such as Oxycontin or Vicodin, as well as illicit opioids such as heroin. One thing in particular I do want to point out about this slide is that the y-axis is deaths. And although we have been seeing the number of addicted individuals or opioid-dependent individuals going up, what really makes this a crisis in the public health sense is the fact that we have this massive spike in deaths in recent years. So over on the top right, you will see what is really responsible for that spike, and it's two drugs in particular, fentanyl and heroin. The S on fentanyl just refers to the fact that there are a variety of fentanyl analogs. These are variations on the fentanyl molecule, but they're all very potent, generally illicit opioids that are smuggled in from outside the U.S. As to why they are so deadly, this is, I believe, a picture taken from a New Hampshire forensics lab showing a fatal amount of each of these drugs for the average male. On the far right, you'll see one of those fentanyl analogs. It's known as carfentanil. But the point is that a very small amount of a drug, about 3 milligrams in the case of fentanyl, is doing a substantive amount of harm. So why are we discussing this at a conference on rural education? Well, it's largely who these deaths are, or at least where these deaths are. And so you will see, unlike drug epidemics in the past, rural America has really found itself at the heart of this crisis. With states like West Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio, New Hampshire really showing some of the highest rates. I think this is a very good map to look at up close. You will see that the issue is not just rural. There are a lot of urban and suburban parts of the country that are in red, but really where the epidemic has hit the hardest is what we would consider to be rural. So to go on to really the only uplifting news of my presentation, to keep sort of with the title, I wanted to be sure to include something that is promising, and that is the fact that most of these deaths are not adolescents. Non-medical opioid use among 12th graders has been going down for quite some time. This is true for both annual use and, as we'll see, for past 30-day use. We also see the rate of addiction going down in this cohort, as well as the first age of initiation slightly drifting upwards. There is some difference between urban and rural adolescents in this regard, and the chapter does speak about this a bit more in detail. We see slightly higher rates of non-medical use among rural adolescents in a slightly earlier age of first use, but all in all, the trends do seem to track along these national estimates. I'm sure many of you are wondering why opioid use among this cohort has been going down, and really the short answer is we don't know. I can't help to think it is a product of all the initiatives we've been having to try to curb opioid addiction, in particular curbing the amount of painkillers in circulation. That really does track well with the data here. But all in all, again, we really don't know anything for certain, and it's probably a product of a variety of efforts among the public health community, education, and medicine, that really stopping one, putting all of our eggs in one basket is probably not the best intervention here. It's also worth pointing out that while heroin use among this cohort has been relatively low for quite some time, it has declined in recent years, which is good on its own, but shows that while opioids are decreasing, generally we're not seeing a shift to heroin for this cohort, and that's very important, not necessarily true for other populations. But because use has remained relatively modest, overdoses for this cohort has remained relatively modest, and that's that flat line at the bottom. But this is where we sort of get back to challenges where that positive effect really starts to wear off in the years after high school. And so we see about a 10-fold increase in 2015 in the overdose rate for the years right after high school, and about a 20-fold increase after the 21st birthday. And so if these deaths are not really adolescents, well, who are they? Well, it's about everyone else. And so as we see here, this chart is showing the distribution of fatal opioid overdoses in 2015. On the left-hand side, we see that modest rate for adolescents. If you recall from the last slide, almost all of those deaths are driven by deaths of 18 and 19-year-olds. Then we see a rapid increase in the years right after high school, spiking about ages 30 and 34, staying pretty high and not really tampering off until your 60s, which is not really the typical face of a drug addict. So let's see. So exactly, again, who are these people? Well, as this article in the New Yorker sort of points out, and as we begin to sort of synthesize the data that I presented, it's really the addicts next door, or if you're like me and grew up in rural America, it's more like the addicts down the street. One of the big points here, I guess, to see is that, most of these addicts, they're largely adults. Most are rural, white working class, lacking a BA, and several have children. And that's really where this crisis begins to enter the domain of today's event, the fact that many of these users are parents. And we really don't have precise estimates as to how many of these users are parents. In 2009, the National Survey on Drug Use and Health showed from 2002 until 2007, about 2.1 million children under the age of 18 were living with a parent who abused or were addicted to illicit drugs, so not a small number. In a room full of educators, I really don't need to talk about how important it is for a child to have a stable and supportive family to sort of foster educational development, and having a parent or parents in this case that abuse illicit drugs, not really the best environment. But it is worth mentioning that the literature on the subject does suggest the same thing. Children of illicit drug users are not only at an increased risk of abuse and neglect, but also of developing social, emotional, and behavioral disorders. There's also some research that links parental illicit abuse to poorer child academic performance. And sadly, in other cases, what we see is that the crisis can mean that there are no parents at all. And so the term that is generally thrown around here is opioid orphans. And so this is sort of referring to this new generation in rural America who's growing up without parents, having lost them to an overdose. And while this is, of course, sad in and of itself, and it's difficult to navigate for that child, the secondary effects of potentially having to be relocated miles away to live with a family relative, a friend, or perhaps enter into the foster care system can itself present its own challenges. So in short, to sort of sum up, we have some promising news that the opioid crisis hasn't really directly affected adolescents, but we do face several challenges going forward, specifically in the years right after high school, increased drug use, particularly among adolescents who do not go on to college, and then acutely, of course, the issues of parental drug abuse. And so on that uplifting note, I will stop.
I want to put in a special plug for all of the papers, of course, but this was an element of Clayton's paper that I thought I wanted to highlight for everyone. The fact, at first I looked at the data saying, there aren't a whole lot of high school kids, it must not be an issue. But one thing the paper points out is just how many hundreds of thousands of kids are influenced every day because their parents or their guardians are opioid addicts. And it's stark. And for those of you who are educators in the classroom, it's everything from, is the student going to show up on Monday? What kind of things are they dealing with at home? Are they going to move around and be in different schools in 1 month or maybe even 1 week? It's remarkable, something we haven't really seen at this scale in some other places. Dr. Lowry, what did you think of the papers?
Great. I thank you so much. I enjoyed reading every paper. One of the personal epiphanies that I had as I began to read them, especially Shanika's paper, is that when I think of rural America, I too think of white Appalachia in this country. And as I read the papers, I realized I am from rural America. My family's from South Carolina. They were sharecroppers. They were farmers. They came up through that system as was described by Shanika. And so the phraseology in my mind that all of us are everywhere. So we cannot kind of parse issues that impact all of us into lanes. We all own all aspects of what's happening for our future, which is the students who walk through the doors of our schools each day. So the overarching theme for me through all the papers was a sense of equity. And a lot of the principles to which I will refer is based on Paul Gorski's work. He is a professor at George Mason University, runs a center on poverty, and really does a lot of research in reading and teaching students of poverty. We now have an opportunity at the state level to be really intentional and deliberate about how we provide services for our constituents, because as the Education and Secondary Elementary Act was reauthorized to ESSA, Every Student Succeeds, a lot of the responsibility for educating the students with guardrails has devolved to the state level. I believe that provides an opportunity for far more connectedness around social and educational agencies and their abilities to actually work together for a common goal around the people that we're serving, and especially in rural America. I had the opportunity to work at the state level in Maryland, which has been recently deemed the most affluent state in the country, and see big picture, a lot of rural areas and a lot of poverty. So one of the principles of equity that I want to highlight based on Gorski's work, and this is a mindset that we must all have, is that class disparities are a result of inequities, not the result of culture or race. I am a hardworking person. That work ethic came from my rural ancestors and my family who worked hard. In Angela's paper, she talks about the mistrust, the dislike for the federal government. It's that, but it's also a very proud people who don't want to feel that they are taking handouts. They want to work hard. You give them a job, they'll make it happen. And so it's a sense of pride, a really deep pride, and we have to respect that culture. And so, for example, in Maryland, they are now looking at a new funding formula to equalize the funding based on where the wealth is dispersed, but they're going a bit further, and they're looking at equity too in the funding, not just making sure we give everyone the same thing, but as you've heard through these three presentations of papers, where are the needs and for whom, and how do we use our resources to ensure that they get what they need? And in Clayton's paper in particular, if we're going to define equity, the principal that was in his paper, a principal who gets up on Sunday morning, reads the paper because she wants to know where the students are and whose parents have been locked up because now they're going to walk into school impacted. She probably defines equity better than anyone when she says, we just assume that we're going to have to do everything. So the school becomes the core place in the community where all of these kind of connectedness opportunities can happen. The second principle around equity is mindset. And Angela speaks to this. We have to look at this as structural and not as a deficit view of the people that we're serving. So let's not look at marginalized people and say that we have to fix them, but let's look at the structure, the systemic structure, and how we do or do not support, whether it is in opioid crisis where all of these students are now living with their grandparents. I think the number was like 2.4 million are living with their grandparents, whether it is the African American and immigrant families that can sometimes be unnoticed in these communities because they're tucked away, or whether it be making sure that people understand what access to opportunity they have through federal and or state programs and ensure that they're using them. Another principle of equity is that I've referred to this before, we're not talking about equal. We're talking about people who have serious needs, and we have to determine what those needs are, meet them where they are, and provide for them. And especially in these communities where grandparents are raising young children and they are older, they don't have the resources that they once had because of the possibility of work not being as prevalent as it was when they were younger. How do we as a school use our connectedness in the community to bring the resources to a particular place? And with that, I would like to point out Tennessee, and you will probably hear more about the state of Tennessee. Tennessee is the only state in the union that has a wellness center through their coordinated school health program in every single school in the state. So they assure that they bring in all of the agencies, and not only do these agencies come to support students, they come to support families. So families can walk into their community schools and get the services that they need because they're proximate. And as we all know, transportation and access to services becomes a problem in the rural areas because of the way the geographic distance compels them to either not do what they could do, even if the services are available, or to sacrifice to get it done. And finally, when we talk about the different ways that schools can be used, the Recovery High School model was one that I found to be very helpful, because a part of what happens, and we heard this throughout the papers, is education. What really struck me and made me sad and mad at the same time is that a lot of the people who are using the opioids don't see them as dangerous because a lot of the access is coming through the medical profession. So if it's coming through the medical profession, it must be okay. It can't be so dangerous. And so they are in deep before they even realize that they are underwater. So how do we use our school wellness centers, recovery high schools, to actually educate our children early on about what the depth and problematic result will be when they lightly engage in something that they think isn't going to hurt them? And how do we as school communities with the coordinated services push back? I've just spent time in Ohio, push back on, with all due respect, the medical profession and how they are not using the power and decision-making that they have to ensure that the communities aren't negatively impacted when they are out to help. So thank you for writing the papers. I do believe that it is a topic that people are starting to understand much better. We are understanding that it is an integrated problem in two ways: the way we receive services, but also in the people that we serve. And I look forward to hearing the conversation path forward.
Great. Okay, so please start to get your questions ready. I have two, but then we're going to turn it over to you. And I should say that this, the reference to Tennessee is perfect because Emily Freitag is on our second panel who worked in Tennessee, so she's going to be able to talk some about the great things they've done there. Okay, so the first question is this, and it's open-ended, and it is for any one of you who want to take a swing at it, but I got some tweets about this, and it's been on my mind. Many of us do educational work because we think of it as the great opportunity amplifier, that regardless of where kids come from, if you get schools right, you can expand the American dream and enable more people to succeed. But there is some really troubling data over time. The Brookings Institution has put some out showing that economic mobility in the country, there isn't a economic mobility story. There's actually a geographic economic mobility story, that it seems that poverty is stickiest in rural America, especially in the deep South, the big swath, as Shanika showed, sort of like from South Carolina down, but also on Indian reservations, the desert Southwest. There's a different story actually in the upper Midwest, the upper plains. It appears that there's more economic mobility there. So this sort of like runs into like the experience, or at least the activity that a lot of us have, saying, well, schools should make a difference, but it looks like generation after generation, poverty in these rural communities is getting in the way. So how should we grapple with the fact, like, what should our schools do, given that it looks like in rural America over time, poverty is sticky. It's hard for kids to get out of it. They're poor as kids, and they might be poor as adults, and their kids may be poor. How do we think about policy different for our schools, given that?
I'll just say, real quickly, to me, this is an issue that gets at how we educate our children and the opportunities that are available in rural areas. So what has happened over time is that those rural children who get a good education tend to leave the rural areas, and then they don't come back. Yep. And so those who are left in the rural areas don't have a lot of opportunity, and they're not moving up the economic ladder, because those who are moving up the economic ladder have left a long time ago. So part of it's how we're measuring things, but it's also an issue that I touched on earlier about, what are our economic development opportunities in these rural areas, and I don't think enough attention has been paid to these rural areas. We hear a lot of rhetoric around loss of coal jobs, all of this, but what are we actually doing to get good high-tech jobs, whatever, in rural areas? Because there is a workforce there, and there, as we heard, there's a workforce there that wants to work and wants to put their skills to work. And so I think if we focus more on economic opportunities and job opportunities in rural areas, we will again start to see some of those, economic mobility aspects to return to our rural areas.
And that begs the question, what can schools do? And many states are looking at, and Tennessee again being one of them, early post-secondary opportunities, because if students can't see it and know it exists, it is hard for them to imagine a path forward. So what is being required is that every student, before they graduate from high school, have an early post-secondary opportunity. That means that they're either engaged in advanced placement courses, international baccalaureate courses, dual enrollment, and or some kind of industry certification program that gives them apprenticeship opportunities. And the reason the broad array of choice is there is because they wanted to make sure that rural communities had opportunities. So they may not be next to the University of Georgia, but they certainly do have community colleges, or they have trades programs where they can work in an apprenticeship program with people in the community that will prepare them for workforce after high school.
I'd just like to pick up on both comments. I think one reason you haven't seen, I guess, the growth is capital, whose voice matters, and policy, right? So I think this is a time when ESSA could make a difference, with power being devolved back to states and local education agencies. Then what do you do with that, right? So what do you do, going back to what Dr. Lowry has said, what do we do with K-12 and higher ed coming together and developing opportunities for students who might not go directly into four-year college, right? What are some job opportunities for that group? Because you're right, Angela, as some leave and go away to college, they don't come back. And I don't think it's necessarily because they dislike the place so much they don't want to come back. Come back and do what, right? How do you make a living when there are very few jobs for those who have college education? So I think the time now in a lot of these rural areas is to join forces with community college, as you've stated, and figure out pipelines for jobs, because this is all tied to economics, but it's also tied to having voice and capital in the State House and beyond.
Yeah, well, everyone already knew what my second question was going to be, this exact question of what do you tell kids in rural communities who view that their only really path out is to leave rural communities? And it actually puts a burden, I've done a couple years of work on this, on high school teachers in particular. Do you do your very best job to educate your kids as well as possible, get them into the very best college possible, knowing that there's really strong data saying the better educated, the better college they go to, the less likely they are probably to come back to their community, especially when that community doesn't have the jobs or there has been intergenerational poverty. It's stark, so maybe we can talk about this throughout the day, but rather than going deeper into that, let's open up to all of you. What kind of questions do you have right here?
Question, or actually, it's
Microphone, and if you don't mind, please introduce yourself.
Jeff Schwartz with the Appalachian Regional Commission. The panel and the moderator seem to be talking about anything less than a 4-year degree as being second choice or not nearly as good. If you look at all the data that's coming out now, while most jobs that pay a livable wage that you can support a family on require something beyond high school, the majority do not require a bachelor's degree, and they're very good jobs. There's nothing disrespectful or dishonorable about that. I think they're very good options. So I would just ask, as you're talking, that you keep that in mind, that a 4-year degree is not the goal for everybody, and if everybody went and got one in the nation, I don't know what we'd do with all those people.
Can I just say, I'm really glad you raised that point, actually. And, I presented the data, right? And I made it seem like, oh, if you don't have a college degree, you're out of luck. And you're exactly right. But what we know is when it comes to poverty, at least, there is this high correlation with a college degree and very low poverty. And so even people who have associate's degrees, have high school education, they just have much higher poverty rates. That's how things are now, right? But I think there is a lot of opportunity, because you're exactly right. There's a lot of jobs out there that do not require a college degree, but are necessary jobs, and they offer potential for higher income. And I think we need to capitalize on those jobs. Andy's written a lot about apprenticeships. There is a lot of high-skilled jobs that don't require 4-year degrees, and I think you're exactly right. We need to focus on those and try to, foster those a little bit more than we're currently doing.
And that is also where we have the disconnect with those jobs, those middle-skilled jobs that pay really a good livable wages and people can support families, and the disconnect with those who have skills, who are prepared to walk into those jobs. So you do make a good point, that the bottom line is people want a quality of life where they can support and raise a family and contribute to their communities. They just need to know what the options are. So I agree.
Great. Other questions?
Hi, my name is Leah Cruzy. I run a group called Allies for Educational Equity. Two little questions. One is, we mentioned K-12 as an access point for families impacted by poverty and drug addictions, but I haven't heard 0 to 3 mentioned, and I just wonder if that's a gap, because there just may be not access to families, not access to data. The second part is, if you have any knowledge of the rural is not a monolith. It's very different all over the country, as you mentioned. But do you have labor market data on those that are working, those that are employed in some kind of public sector job versus private sector?
I'll start with the early childhood piece. We see early childhood as the gateway to college and career readiness, and especially among our children who are traumatized or who are not exposed to the lived experiences that give them background information and knowledge to prepare them to walk into kindergarten ready to learn. We also know, having done some research across the country, which states do offer high quality. We don't want them just to have access. We want them to have access to high quality. It is tougher for rural communities. I will tell you, growing up in a rural community, we were supposed to stay at home until we went to kindergarten because grandma was there or auntie was there, and that close-knit family piece really does matter. So there are organizations, nonprofit foundations that go out into communities now and work with the adults who are in charge of watching the kids each day to give them cues on teaching the alphabet, teaching the numbers, teaching sight words. So 0 to 3 is hugely important, and especially in an environment where the opioid epidemic is prevalent. But culture also matters, and so how we make those inroads with certain communities is going to be important.
Can you restate your second question? Because I was thinking about early childhood when you were, can you just restate?
Kind of disconnected. I was thinking about your, the statistic of the 24% of poor in rural areas working versus 28% in urban areas. So of that 24%, is there a notable difference between employed in public sector jobs versus private?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, and I don't know. And it's actually, it's a little bit hard to detect that because you get into data issues because, there's just such a smaller population in rural areas. But what we do know, just looking at rural areas versus urban areas in the sectors that are there, it's actually fairly similar with three exceptions, and they're the three I mentioned. So the public-private, probably a little bit similar. The differences are in the sectors with manufacturing and goods producing, like forestry and farming, which are really different for urban and rural. But my guess is, with some exceptions like DC and New York, sectors, at least public-private, would be fairly similar.
One thing I'll say about this is I moonlight as a state board member in Maryland, and we have something called the kindergarten readiness assessment. So we're able now to track with pretty good state data on kindergarten readiness. Kids who are entering kindergarten, are they ready for the schooling options available to them? And one of the surprises that I found is actually this rural-urban divide. Looking at the first couple years of evidence, I was surprised by the story is sad overall, often how many kids who are not prepared, but often, at least in our state, the numbers are a little bit higher in urban areas, urban poor students who are kindergarten ready. It looks like some of the programming there has actually succeeded, still far behind, but moving in the right direction. I was surprised by the lower numbers than I expected in kindergarten readiness in rural low-income communities. It is definitely something to keep an eye on. All right, other questions? Does anyone want to talk more about this issue of opportunities post-high school, whether it's apprenticeship, community college, technical school? So like as we're thinking about job preparation, post-secondary education, there is this very good point. It's not four-year college for all, but like the options once a kid gets a diploma, what's next? Any of you can respond to that if you'd like, but we also have a question up here. Raise your hand. Yeah, it's coming.
Well, I don't have any real input, but I did have a question. These apprenticeship programs, I think it's just a wonderful idea, but these schools for these apprenticeship programs are not cheap. They're very, very expensive, and I'm wondering, are there these student loans for these schools? We used to call them vocational schools. If you could tell us more about that, and where does one go about getting into that? You just find a school online and you write to that school? Can you embellish?
Sure. Does anyone want to start?
I'm going to answer one way and then maybe back into your question, because I think the answer is it depends on the state and the locale and the kind of support the business community gives. I had the opportunity in the last year to be in the Columbus, Ohio region, Franklin County, Central Ohio, and there they have an organization called the Columbus Partnership, which is, they're growing. When I left, it was the 54 largest CEOs in Central Ohio, and it was to the point that was made earlier. They're focused on workforce readiness, but they are smart enough, because they're accomplished people, to understand that that starts with 0 to 5. What happens to students before they come into school? So they are really focused on putting money and support behind high-quality early childhood experiences so that students are ready for kindergarten. They too worked with Maryland, actually Ohio did, to develop the kindergarten readiness assessment. They, the business community, are willing to engage in apprenticeships in earnest, majorly with the community college, because what we found is the community college is more flexible in addressing the needs of the workforce than four-year colleges and universities are. They are really an engine with the business community. And so where that happens, many of the businesses were offering support and funding. We had an opportunity to go visit European country, Sweden, but those people have been having gills throughout history. So it's a normal way of life for them, where children at a certain age decide where they want to go, and then the business community supports them through apprenticeship programs. It is, I think we're making inroads. Maryland actually passed some legislation and started some P-Tech kind of
P-Tech
schools to start working closely with the business community, and they did it in rural and urban areas. So it is a growing, evolving field with the business community because of the skills gap becoming far more focused, but it's dependent on the policymakers and the leadership. Right now, there is not a nationwide formula for what that looks like, but more and more states are taking that on.
Yeah, if I can do some cross-promotional here. Also at AEI, I'm working on a project that we're loosely calling the New Skills Marketplace. So we have a podcast that has 10 episodes that are out right now answering the questions that you were asking. Who are the providers of this, whether it's apprenticeship or CTE at the high school or post-secondary level? How do all these things get funded? How does it work with our policy environment? And just 2 weeks ago or so, we had an event here where 4 papers were released on high school and then community college reforms along these lines. So if anyone's interested in this, please take a look. We're running out of time. I just wanted to ask one last question, again, open-ended to any of you. We know that there are policymakers watching this, their staffs are watching this, some may even be in the room. You have a captive audience. If you could tell whether federal or state or even local policymakers one thing to try to help rural kids, rural schools related to poverty, related to enabling their educational options to better serve them in the future, one policy, either federal or state, what would you tell them?
That's a tough question, and I actually would have lots of answers to that. But the one I will offer is that and this will be at the federal level because that's primarily where my work focuses at this time. But I would take a look at all of our federal safety net programs with an eye towards how do we promote employment among parents, because I think we're seeing a decline in employment, even in a relatively healthy economy where jobs are available. We're still seeing a decline in employment, and I think we need to address that issue because the declining employment creates a lot of issues around opioid use. You know, all these factors are just interconnected, and I think that when children have working parents that are contributing financially to the home and maybe relying on some work supports from the government, maybe not, but it's really employment is that key, and the more that we refocus our federal programs on increasing employment, I think the better off children and educators will be in trying to educate those children.
Mine would be to address the issue of high-speed internet in rural communities, and let me tell you why. When I start thinking about professional development for teachers, if there's really good high-speed internet, they could connect to colleges and universities that might be able to offer that, and that is one way. Some of the teaching and learning could be cultivated in the schools. Another reason for high-speed internet, and I mean real high-speed internet, my parents have high-speed internet that isn't. And if you are trying to go to school and participate in discussions, and if it's cloudy that day and if it cuts off on you, then again, you're at a loss. But this matters for educational opportunities in terms of connecting teachers to colleges and universities where they might get some more professional learning, but also in terms of individuals in the communities who might want to go back to school themselves. This is a need, and this is one place where I can see rural and urban coming together, but there needs to be funding for this, whether it comes from the federal level or state level, because without it, that's one way of further keeping rural communities behind.
Mine would be to remember that I think the solutions to the opioid crisis are really going to be at the local level. And when we've talked a lot about sort of the brain drain and people will leave these rural communities to go on to other opportunities elsewhere. It's remembering that these solutions are going to require local actors, leveraging their own expertise. And so to sort of remember and to even perhaps educate children in high school that these opportunities exist and that they're going to play a role in sort of forging the future.
Mine would be to be mindful about resource equity, and that's not asking for more money necessarily. It is reviewing how one uses resources currently, and where in a way that one determines where the needs are and where the resources are. And with resources, we're not just talking about money. We're talking about access to counseling. We're talking about highly effective teachers. We're talking about apprenticeship opportunities. We're talking about what money can buy. So what are your resources? How are they being dispersed? And are they being dispersed based on need?
Okay, we're going to end here in 10 minutes, please. We're going to start back up at 10:30. Please be back here for the second panel. But before that, please join me in saying thank you to our wonderful guests.
All right. We'll get this going again. He's from, I believe, Uvalde, Texas. Why I know that knowledge, I have no idea. Well, everybody, thank you so much for coming back in here. So excited to kick off our second panel here. While our first panel looked at a lot of the sort of macro factors affecting rural communities, this panel is going to dive into rural schools, get a lot of great data on rural schools, and also have some conversation about the politics of the area around there. And we are going to start with a paper that was a tag team effort, which was great. Two great friends of the education program here at AEI, and bright professor Sarah Dayhill-Brown, who's an assistant professor in the Politics and International Affairs Department at Wake Forest, and Ashley Joachim, who's a senior research analyst at the Center on Reinventing Public Education at the University of Washington, did a deep dive into the politics of rural education, and excited to see what they have to say.
All right, so it was a tag team paper, and it will be a tag team presentation as well. And I'm going to start us off. So when... Are our slides up?
I think
Sorry. There we go. When Ashley and I first began looking more in depth into rural school politics, I think we were both pretty struck by the fact that there's been relatively little written about this particular arena of school reform. And by and large, I think this lack of attention from researchers mirrors what we've already heard today, sort of a lack of attention from elected leaders and policymakers. So over the last few months, as we prepared for this meeting, I think we've put together a pretty clear story over or about the politics of school reform. It involves many of the same actors as those found in urban and suburban school districts, school boards, superintendents, teachers, parents, taxpayers, community organizations. But for a lot of reasons, particularly having to do with capacity, we think these local actors are less well positioned to lead and support school reform efforts, though there are some underexploited resources in small communities. There's also a strong sense of identity in rural communities connected to place, and increasingly self-consciously at odds with cities. And the salience of rural identity means that outsiders are also, we think, poorly positioned to support rural education reform initiatives. So if politics is partially about agenda setting, it's clear that rural schools are often an afterthought in reform discussions, and that many of the biggest school reform efforts of the last 3 decades, including mayoral control, state takeovers, school choice, have often left rural districts by the wayside. But more than neglect, reform in rural school districts is also often driven by an urban vision of school reform. And this actually is a pattern that reaches back into the progressive era. Progressives were worried about the moral decline of America and the decay of rural communities, and they fundamentally distrusted the capacity of rural farmers and laborers to manage their own school systems. So to advance the cause of modernization in education in rural America, progressives imposed an urban vision of school reform that included things like consolidating school districts and merging schools, and introducing the sort of factory school model that we often talk about with the progressive era. Many rural people, unsurprisingly, resisted these efforts. And so one of the legacies of progressive era education reforms has been this sense among rural communities that new policies and programs are introduced and initiated from the outside with little concern for the particular needs of rural communities. And these old antagonisms are exacerbated by growing differences between rural and urban communities. These are visible in the extent to which, for example, rural and urban superintendents endorse college attendance at different rates. Less than half of rural superintendents endorse this as an important goal for public school systems, compared to over 60% of suburban and urban superintendents. But these are also reinforced by increasingly divergent economic and political and social contexts. So rural adults are more likely to report that they work blue-collar jobs compared to their urban peers. They are more likely to self-identify as a member of the lower or working classes. And notably, this rate of identification has increased. So in 1996, 60% of rural adults would have identified as a member of the lower or working class. And in 2016, that proportion had increased to 70%. So it's both larger relative to urban and suburban areas, and that disparity is growing. Rural residents are more likely to say their values are different from those of people who live in big cities. And notably, urban residents are not likely to espouse that same level of distrust when they are asked about rural residents. In partisan terms, 85% of rural districts are located in counties where Donald Trump earned more votes than Hillary Clinton, often by a very substantial margin, and that ratio was 75% just 4 years earlier in the contest between Mitt Romney and Barack Obama. So there was still a disproportionate Republican turnout in rural districts, but again, that disparity between rural and urban political context has grown larger over time. And as you've already heard today, rural districts are facing fewer employment opportunities, lower levels of educational attainment, and these were exacerbated to a significant extent by the Great Recession. And so rural communities struggled more to recover in the aftermath of the Great Recession as well. In spite of this, rural schools do serve 18% of all public school students and serve many of them well. By and large, children in rural schools perform relatively well in terms of attainment and in terms of achievement on NAEP assessments. But many rural students are still left behind. 20% of all poor students who attend public schools are living in rural areas. Rural communities are becoming more diverse. Socioeconomic and racial disparities in rural school districts are persistent and substantial. And post-secondary outcomes for rural students are the biggest lagging indicator in rural school systems. Just 29% of rural young people between the ages of 18 and 24 enroll in any post-secondary program. That's not just four-year colleges, that's any post-secondary program. And this disparity, but within that, there's also a pretty significant disparity between young men and young women, with women being notably more likely to enroll in post-secondary school than young men.
Great. And while you can see, as Sarah just discussed, that on average, rural schools in some respects are doing better than their peers in urban areas, they do face these variety of challenges, including large achievement gaps and these gaps in post-secondary attainment. And I think most salient from our perspective is that rural schools typically have far fewer resources to address these challenges. So rural schools struggle to attract and retain teachers, reporting a specific difficulty around specialty positions like those to support English language learners, which is a growing population in rural communities. Rural teachers also earn less, are less likely to be offered benefits like health and dental insurance, and are the least likely to be satisfied with their salary compared to any other locale. Adding to these challenges, as we've heard a lot about today, is the status of the rural economy, which means that many rural students are increasingly poor and more likely to come from households where at least one or both adults are unemployed and not looking for work. And unlike cities where the business community often has skin in the game and can help prioritize and advance education reform initiatives, employers in rural communities frequently rely upon unskilled laborers, making them perhaps less likely partners in the work of school reform, especially in contrast to cities. I think complicating things further, and as we've heard to some extent already about today, rural communities increasingly face a brain drain, in which students that go to college are unlikely to return to the communities in which they were raised, thereby exacerbating the challenge of relatively low levels of college education in these communities, and perhaps also helping to reinforce these differences between urban areas and rural areas. Interestingly, there is data out there that suggests that rural communities that have the sort of highest economic mobility rates are the ones in which students do not return to those communities. So there is this pattern of, if you want economic mobility, you leave the community in which you were raised to attain that. Rural schools must navigate, as a result of all of this difficult tension between preparing students for college and careers, which will generally be located outside of the communities in which they were raised, and also affirming the places in which rural children are raised and encouraging them to give back to those communities. And this is a tension that just doesn't exist in the same way in urban and suburban places. It should be of surprise to no one that about 2 out of every 3 rural communities lost population between 2010 and 2014. This is a century-old trend, but it continues to march on and undermine the communities, many rural communities. To the extent that rural schools are successful at their charge of preparing students to be successful in joining the mainstream economy, they may very well have a hand in spurring more out-migration from those communities as rural students look for jobs in the cities. Now, as is the case in big cities, politics, which is what our paper is all about, shapes what rural schools are able to accomplish. And while it's true that rural schools do not have to deal with some of the entrenched political processes that exist in cities like New York or Chicago, rural schools have far fewer political resources to draw upon to advance major improvement initiatives. I think, like many of you, when we started out in this process, we thought, well, rural schools must be positioned really well to manage the politics of school reform, right? Because they're just less political than cities. You don't have as many organized interests. But what we realized is this perspective misses the fact that the absence of opposition is neither necessary nor sufficient to advance any reform initiative, right? So rural schools lack many of the traditional actors that can be counted on to bring their ideas and political energy to the work of school reform. Teachers' unions in rural areas are less powerful than their peers in big cities, owing in part to their hand in the school consolidation movement in the 1950s and 60s. While in cities, the business community can be relied upon to support investments in education and be allies to reform-minded superintendents and mayors, there's actually a lot of evidence that the rural business community have proven to be fickle allies in the work of school reform and frequently fight efforts to bring more resources into rural schools, owing in part to the fact that many business owners in rural communities hold large tracts of property, which sort of stifles opportunities to raise property taxes to support rural schools. And while rural schools are growing increasingly diverse and actually have always been more diverse than we probably expected, rural communities have few of the same organized interest groups that have mobilized to fight for the interest of rural Latino and African American families. So in cities, we know that there are lots of groups fighting for power, and that makes things complicated when it comes to politics, but it also helps to ensure particular groups are represented in the political process, and we just don't see that in rural communities to the same extent. As a result of all of this, rural superintendents enter their positions with few of the same opportunities to build coalitions in support of their initiatives. They are expected to perform the same superhero functions as their urban peers, but they must do this with fewer staff, less money, weaker economies of scale. Rural superintendents must be as comfortable with managing the removal of asbestos from school buildings, as was written about in one of the case studies we encountered, as she is with personally interviewing every candidate for the school principalship and managing the budget. And she must wear all of these hats while facing greater professional isolation, due in part to distance and lower pay. And not surprisingly, as a result of all of this, what we find is rural superintendents are more likely to leave than their peers in big cities, and typically heading for districts that are larger and more suburban and urban. For the school board and superintendent, education politics, we think it's very personal in rural communities, as decisions to, say, eliminate a position or fire a particular staffer can spark personal conflicts between friends and neighbors, many of whom might work for the superintendent, given that school systems provide a source of jobs in rural communities. And while leaders of big city school systems can expect some degree of isolation or insulation from some of these political forces by virtue of, say, a mayor or a powerful state legislator or even reform-minded advocacy groups, few of these individuals and groups seek to support the rural superintendent. So this is very challenging in that respect. So I think in sum, when we look at the politics of rural education, on the one hand, we see that there are a variety of challenges that rural school systems face, and this requires wrestling with this tension on the one hand with the positioning of rural communities in opposition to ideas from cities and Washington, D.C., but on the other, lacking the capacity to really deal with the challenges that they confront on their own. I think, we believe that there are these advantages that rural communities possess, their smallness, the proximity with neighbors. When you think about how polarized politics is today, personal connection can be a very powerful means for solving problems. But rural superintendents are very much stressed in actually realizing these goals because by virtue of the fact that they already wear so many hats. I think to conclude, outsiders are not well positioned to fill the gaps in capacity that rural school systems face directly, say by advancing their own reform initiatives. And just the history of school reform in rural areas makes that unlikely to play out well. But we think they can lend their support in other ways, primarily by supporting local initiative taking wherever possible, rather than advancing one-size-fits-all solutions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're now going to hand it over to Nat Malkus, who is a research fellow and the Deputy Director of Education Policy here at AEI, to do a kind of deep data dive.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
That's what's going to happen.
I wanted to go over rural identity and partisan. I'm just kidding. Extra slides. Here we are. Good morning, I'm Nat Malkus. The task that I was given was to do a statistical portrait of rural education that I took on for this paper. I used a lot of data sources and just went into a deep dive using just as much as I could to learn a broad set of facts that could give us a sense of what rural education looks like. And of course, I had to drop about half of them from my paper. And then they gave me 10 minutes to present the ones that remain. So I will race through these fairly quickly and try and give a sense of the character and also the variation in rural education in America. And the first thing that is important when you're doing statistics is to define what are we talking about, what do we mean by rural. And so most of the tasks, I'm not getting there we go. Most of the data that I'm drawing on come from the National Center for Education Statistics, which has a rural definition that is sort of urban-centric. And so it uses these census-defined areas, which are urbanized areas, which are in purple on this map. And you can see the Northeastern Corridor and other familiar urban centers. Those are cities, and the areas around them are suburbs, generally. And then town areas are considered as those that sort of surround these green dots, which are urbanized clusters or urban clusters. And rural is everything else. So we have a lot of area, and we don't have a lot of people. This is familiar, but we can just sort of get a picture of what we're talking about here. It's most of the white. Some of this has been covered because there's so much area. The rural school districts, or districts that are predominantly rural, make up more than 1 in 2 of the school districts in the nation. The schools in them or rural schools, rather, not the schools in them, only make 1 in 4 of the schools, or a little bit more than that. And then those schools are relatively small compared to other schools, so we get about 1 in 6 students. We're still talking about 9 million kids, but it's smaller than certainly urban and urban and suburban communities, and town schools are actually a fairly small percentage. So I'm going to just run through a few highlights, and I have a little bit more cheery numbers than we've often talked about. And some of those is rural students do have strong outcomes in sort of K-12 education. I'm just going to give you a couple. These are illustrative. These are 8th grade reading scores by NAEP, and you can see that at least compared to town and urban locales, students in those locales, rural students regularly score higher, and they are either not measurably different from or somewhat lower than students in the suburbs. You'll find the same pattern for 4th grade scores and 12th grade scores. In fact, if you go back to the early childhood longitudinal study data, which I talk about in the chapter, you see at least the divide between urban and rural beginning even in kindergarten. So this is a trend that you'll see across time, and it holds up. And then we also have higher graduation rates. In fact, rural has the highest of all, approaching 89%. And the most recent, actually, the most recent numbers just came out this past week, so I'll have to update these. But nonetheless, this trend is consistent, a much greater graduation rate than urban schools, and even more than suburban schools as well. So those are some rosy pictures, and I think one of the questions we might want to know is, why might this be? And one reason is that, at least in terms of the classical populations that we think about in schools, rural schools are relatively advantaged. So the first bars here show rural, followed by urban, town, and suburban students. In terms of historically disadvantaged groups like percent minority, percent receiving free and reduced price meals, and percentage of English language learners, rural schools have lower proportions of these historically disadvantaged students than certainly than urban, but against all 3 other locales. And I'll come back to this slide to sort of disaggregate it a little bit. But there are some other reasons that are in the chapter, so I'll encourage you to read it. Some of these were mentioned earlier in the previous panel. If you look at the early childhood family participation data from NHES, you find that rural families are more likely to have, kids are more likely to be in 2-parent families. A higher percentage of young children aged 0 to 3 are staying home with their parents. Young children are read to more frequently and more regularly than in other locales. And if you look after early childhood into school-age children, there's more family engagement with schools. This is not just on one sort of metric, but on 6 or 7 metrics. Rural schools are higher in terms of PTA meetings and whether their parents will participate in communities, whether they'll go to a school sporting event. And this suggests that schools are actually sort of a social capital builder in rural areas that are even stronger than in urban areas. Now, these same students have what I've put here as less elite cultural activities, and they're not that elite, but they don't go to museums as often or concerts. They don't go to libraries as often, which may make sense because these areas are defined by, well, there's not that many museums around here. I have to drive an hour to get there. However, they still go to more school, church, and sporting events. So it suggests that the social cohesion in rural areas is a serious advantage for schools to build on. And another happy story about rural outcomes is that they also show less inequality than others. Okay, so this is a busy slide, and I understand this, but it shows black and white and Hispanic white reading gaps by locale, and I've taken town out of here. But let me just walk you through this. So the first ones that you see in blue here are the NAEP 4th grade black-white reading gaps, and you can see the city are quite high, right? They're very high, or close to a standard deviation. And the suburbs are lower, and then the rural, in the more dashed blue at the bottom, are substantially lower. So there's just more equality, and if we move these out of the way and focus on the Hispanic white gaps, these are generally a little lower than the black-white gaps, but again, you see that sort of on a consistent basis, the rural gaps are smaller. And this is a major advantage for rural schools. You can also see this in free and reduced price lunch gaps. Not quite as large, but in cities and suburbs, there is a larger difference in scores between students who are receiving free meals based on poverty and those who aren't. So this has so far been a lot of pictures about how rural education is the same. And it's not. It's not at all. We were talking earlier about, well, it looks like Appalachia, or maybe it looks like the Delta. That's just in the South. It looks very different in the Northeast and the West because rural is just a distance from urbanicity. And so I wanted to capture some of that variation. So remember I talked about how rural students tend to be advantaged. So let's look at minority students, and we'll break this out. These are the same bars that you just saw here. I've just broken them out. And then we'll just look at the percent minority. In the Northeast and Midwest, it's 12% of students. I mean, these are very white rural places. And in the South, it is above average, about 1 in 3. And in the West, it's closing in on half. So you can see that there's a great deal of variation regionally. And these are just simple regional breakouts. There's other ways to disaggregate schools, which would take probably a whole book, but we have quite a bit of differences. We can also move over here to poverty, and I've looked at this by district poverty rate in the chapter, but here I just use school rates of free and reduced price lunch percentage. Again, the Northeast is the lowest with about 1 in 3, and the national average here is about 50% of kids. It gets closer in the Midwest, higher in the South, and then right at about the average in the West. And I'll ask you again to focus particularly on this rank ordering, right? The Northeast is the lowest, the Midwest is a little higher, the South has the highest poverty, and the West is somewhere in between. We'll see this pattern again. And then ELL, just the regional variation, perhaps may not be surprising. But in the Northeast, we have about 1 out of 100 students is an English language learner, rural students rather. Twice that in the Midwest, 5 times that in the South, and 12 times that in the West. So these are very different challenges that rural schools are facing depending on where they're located. We see the same differences by rural student achievement. We already saw this slide earlier. But if we want to look at the different regional rural schools, we see that Northeast rural students score far higher than those in the South. And remember, I drew your attention to poverty rates, and they were ranked Northeast, Midwest, West, and South. Very similar in magnitude to this scale as well. So a little bit dimmer are students' prospects after high school. And this has been mentioned before. In the last panel, it was talked about what about the prospects after high school and college to keep rural students in rural communities. And so there's just a few things. We also saw this. Rural graduation rates are higher. Rural college-going rates are far lower. So these are graduates' college-going rates, and it's about 71% for rural, substantially higher for suburban and urban students, and lower for students in towns. It's about half of these rural students, which is also a higher proportion than those from the suburbs or urban environments, are going to 2-year rather than 4-year schools. So just the college-going behavior is lower. That's not a qualitative judgment. It's just the numbers. Idleness is a proportion of students between 18 and 24 years old who are neither working or in school. So this is sort of a measure of who's going back to work or who's got a plan. And these are numbers from 2006, and I'll just run through them because I'd like to contrast them with the most latest numbers from the ACS from 2016. So you see that overall, that first number is all 18 to 20-year-olds, and it's gone up a hair. If you look at urban versus rural, you see that the increase is for rural 18 to 24-year-olds who were already more likely to be idle in 2006. It differs by poverty and by region, but more or less it's being exacerbated where the problems already exist. Again, this is true, as you might expect, what you're going to see when I press this next button and more gray bars appear for high school dropouts and graduates, but the effect is really massive for high school dropouts in rural environments. They moved from 1 in 3 to almost half of high school dropouts in rural environments are neither working nor in school. And this is across a 6-year age span. This is a lot of people. So the prospects for not having a plan after school are more, well, they're just more weighty for these rural students. And it may not depend so much on the schools because, again, if we recall, these same schools have higher graduation rates and they have higher achievement. So just to quickly round this out, there's a lot of regional variation, but rural sharply contrasts from urban across the board. There's strong outcomes and lower levels of disadvantage. But again, I try to show the variation because as much as rural is distinct from urban, it is not one thing. And so it's important for folks thinking about interventions and ways to address situations in rural to tailor them to those realities on the ground. And then post-secondary paths for rural students may be narrower and idleness may be widening. And that's all I have.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, I don't know if we've ever presented 2 papers with as much information and tasked a discussant with having to sort all of that out. But if anyone is able for it, it is you. So Emily Freitag is the CEO of Instruction Partners, which is a nonprofit organization that helps schools and districts support great teaching and student learning in core academics. Before this role, she was the Assistant Commissioner of Curriculum Instruction for the Tennessee Department of Education, but actually got her start teaching 7th grade math in a rural community in Louisiana. So if anyone is well able for it, it is you.
Oh, goodness, a daunting task, but I will say I think they are great papers, and they felt written just for me. So thank you for writing them. And I think they did a particularly good job of illustrating some of the dynamics around politics in small rural communities. So as shared, I'm an educator and really an instructional nerd. So if anyone wants to talk about standards or curriculum, I'm available all day. I was a 7th grade math teacher and have spent my career since working with schools to really ensure that students are getting the instruction that will set them up for success long term. I am a former state official, and probably recovering might be added to that appropriately. I think that it does, to the point of today's conversation, lead to a little bit of skepticism around some of the policy initiatives, even those that I had a hand in helping to create, having seen how they all play out, and really an obsession with practice and how do we leverage the great teachers and educators that are in our systems to ensure that they are getting the support they need. I am also a transplant, and I grew up in New York. I live in Nashville, Tennessee. I've lived in a number of communities in the South in particular. And I'm a profound admirer of educators in rural communities, in particular superintendents and principals. I do think they are superheroes and do extraordinary work, and are really cultural institutions in the towns and locations where they live. A brief note on Instruction Partners. So
We work with small school systems, and it is interesting as we think about rural schools, how much of the context is about their being rural and how much of their reality as they seek to do the work of helping children is really actually about their having a small system. And we work with small school systems, many of which are rural. And when I say rural, I'm not going to use a good technical definition, because I think if you're fringe rural or rural, it's just like a little bit more drive on the interstate. So, grouping many of these categories together, we work with a number of rural systems, and we basically help them with curriculum, assessment, teacher professional development, leader professional development, a lot of the unsexy stuff that actually makes a huge difference in the education of children. And, I think some of the challenges that we work on really are shaped by the context of being rural. I think some of them are not, and instruction in our country generally has a long way to go in delivering on the promise and the potential of our kids. So we have a lot of valedictorians in this country that end up in remedial coursework. They've been told throughout their education they're getting A's and B's, they're doing well, and then they show up at a 4-year institution or a 2-year institution, and they're told, actually, you don't have the skills you need. You need to take remedial algebra. You need to take remedial writing. And these are the best of the best in their hometowns. And this is happening in significant numbers. And I do think that there are a lot of kids who want opportunity. In rural communities and in urban communities, but certainly in rurals. And I do think that, whether you're going to a 4-year or a 2-year program, you need to be able to read sophisticated texts and understand them. You need college algebra. There are very few post-secondary opportunities that don't demand a lot of the skill of their applicants right now. And so Tennessee has done some really remarkable work. I'd point you towards the Tennessee Promise initiative to increase to reduce barriers, frankly, for those who want to go on to post-secondary. So you can go to any 2-year program for free in Tennessee after high school if you go through certain process points. But really, the governor has done a remarkable job of saying, let's just make cost not a barrier to post-secondary opportunity. And it's been a remarkable program that has some really extraordinary results. But for many of the students who are going through that program, and for many who go on to community college and go on to 4-year universities, the problem becomes they face challenge and they don't feel equipped to meet it. And then they often may take a pause, which turns into a longer pause, which then leads to maybe not the idleness rates that we saw, but very low wage opportunities. So the average income in Tennessee for a high school graduate who went straight into the workforce was $11,000 a year. And that was true for 3 years of having that data. And you think of your last trip to the grocery store and $11,000, and are we setting up our children to really have the opportunity to earn a living wage for their family? So I bring the lens of someone who's really sort of obsessed with how do we help rural schools from a practice standpoint. And I guess there's sort of 4 things that I would react to in all the papers that were interesting to me. The first I alluded to, which is how does size really affect the work of school? And just to make this real, we work with a number of school districts that have a central office of 4. So the superintendent is not just trying to figure out how to solve the asbestos problem, they might be the one solving the asbestos problem, right? It is very common for central office staff to do bus duty and to be part of the operational work of ensuring schools are happening every day. And it's interesting. We also work with small charter schools that share a lot of those dynamics. There's an interesting similarity in the advantages of smallness. You can move quickly, you know your people well, but also the challenges that presents. And in particular, I would just say we're increasing the demands on what we think children need to be able to do by the time they graduate, which increases the demands on teachers to be able to provide that. And if you're in a small system, your capacity to support that kind of lift is just smaller. And I think the second, within the sort of politics, I appreciate that in some ways it can seem simpler, but it is truly not. And I think, your local FFA is as strong an institution as many unions are. And for a local superintendent, I think going to Walmart is quite scary because the personality politics at play are quite intense. The other thing I would say was a little bit omitted in the overview is the role of sports. High school sports are a major portion of board meetings and thought time. And, you think about just the pride and the culture and the identity and so many of the strengths, but, that is not a small thing to manage. And I do wonder if you're more likely to lose your job over your athletic record or your academic record in some of our local communities. But the third that I would say, just in the realm of what is helping, I do think that accountability has been a really important, has played an important role in keeping local communities focused on academic outcomes. And that's not to say that they weren't already, because I like my sports comment should not be interpreted to mean that there aren't people who care deeply about the academic performance of students in their communities. But I do think that pride, no one wants a bad school grade, and no one wants to be on the list. And I think that is very uniting for schools across contexts in saying, okay, what is it we need to do to help more children be successful? So I think accountability has just played an important role in keeping all schools, but certainly rural schools, sort of focused on the work of educating children. And I guess I would say, I think for rural schools, there are more competing ties where their attention could go than we may see in some of the urban centers. And then, just kind of looking to the future, I think one of the things we need to figure out is how do we help small systems of all sizes, but in particular rural systems that are more isolated geographically, have great models and structures and supports for the kind of professional development and work that they need to do, and not leave them alone as they're having to do it. And some of that may come from state agencies. Some of that, I think, also needs more investment in infrastructure. And I'm all about the internet, but I don't think the internet alone is going to solve this. I think it's sort of like the internet meets the right market of intermediaries that are helping schools, because the job that brings college educated people back is teaching. This is a hunch, but I bet if you looked at what is it that college educated citizens return to do, it would be work in the school system more than any other job in that local community. So you have passionate, committed, thoughtful teachers who really want to do right by their students. And I think the question of how do we network them and support them in that journey, even if their school system doesn't have a math coach or someone who can help them know the latest curriculum, is a place I have a lot of hope and optimism.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask a couple questions here. As a reminder, those of you who are following along on the live stream, or if you don't want to raise your hand to ask questions, we do have a whole Twitter conversation going that I'm trying to drink from that fire hose. But if you have questions, you can tweet it at the hashtag ruraled@AEI, or if you just want to tweet them directly at me, my little handle is MQ_McShane. So feel free to send them right to me if you are so inclined. So the first question that I have, really the first two questions are what I identified in your papers as and your comments, Emily, as these kind of chicken and egg problems that I'm wondering if we can maybe, keeping the pastoral theme alive here. So one was about this question of trust. And so I know, Sarah, you started your comments going all the way back to the progressive era, where there was this sort of urbanites distrusting rural communities, and then rural communities distrusting urban communities. And in your paper, that extends to both the sort of state education agency, it extends to the federal government. One of the things that buttresses your point, just last week, the organization that I'm involved with, EdChoice, released their Schooling in America survey. They did an oversample of rural folks. And two things just to highlight: 38% of rural respondents said that they trust the federal government, which is significantly lower than urbanites, which was at 50%. And a smaller proportion said that the federal government should play a major role in K-12 education versus urbanites, which was a 41-52 split. So my question is sort of, if we see geographic polarization in politics, we see these long-running things, how can we try in some way to break out of that cycle of everyone distrusting everyone else?
I think that's the question of American politics right now, right?
So if you could solve that for us,
right
that would the audience is waiting. No,
I think part of this is just the differences in opportunity outside of high school, and I wonder how much this is driving these differences that we see. But we have this sort of brain drain, largely because the rural economies are just by and large less developed and offering less to college graduates. When it's great, as you said, that a lot of the college graduates that do come back go to the school system, but that's not a sustainable feedback loop, of course. And so a lot of the people that may develop a trust in the federal government, well, they move to the city. And the folks that no longer live near them feel less trusting of the federal government. It's a tough nut to crack.
I think there's a lot of different kind of possibilities. And I'll just name a few of the ones that I've thought about. So one is right within, going back, I guess, the last, 30 years, we've thought a lot, for example, about culturally relevant pedagogy, especially in urban areas, right? You can't invalidate the cultural background of students and still educate them well, right? And so I think we have to think about that, or applying that model or transporting that model potentially into rural areas, right? So thinking about pedagogies that are going to validate children in rural communities at the same time that we're preparing them to potentially enter the mainstream labor force, right? I think the challenge is actually very much a parallel one. I think we have to recognize assets that are in rural communities. I think we have to recognize and engage stereotypes that people in rural areas are very much aware of and responsive to. And so if you are someone who is coming from the state education agency or a larger metropolis, or an organization that is based in a city or associated in some way with a city, and trying to do work in rural communities, you need to bend over backwards to make sure that you're not playing into some of those assumptions or stereotypes, right? Recognizing that rural folks have a lot of capacity, right? And searching for ways to create that kind of affirmation. But this is not something that, right, we can deal with in kind of a quick way. It's something that has to happen through repeated interactions and has to become, I think, a more intentional part of the ethos of folks who are trying to do ed reform.
And I would just add 2 points, one building off of what you said, Sarah. So in J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, he talks about how hillbillies are perhaps the last group in American politics that can be openly ridiculed. And so I think that, you know, especially in this time of polarization, I live in a city and I know we have a lot of discussions about what's going on in different parts of this country. And I think there's been a general, we've lacked cognizance about how those attitudes and conversations help to reinforce divisions between cities and rural places. The other thing that I think is relevant is, you know, again, as part of our national political conversation, there's this discussion about how, well, rural places are already getting more than their fair share, which is a very different than how people that live in rural places feel. And I think part of the challenge is many of the benefits that the federal government supports for rural areas are largely flowing to industry, not to people on the ground. It's not to community members. So, you know, sure, there are large farm subsidies that go to these places that do support some degree of economic opportunity, but the reality is those are largely flowing through businesses, not to people living in these communities in a big way. And so that may be a point of leverage when you think about resentment of people in cities and skepticism about what the federal government and or the state can do for, you know, this community, paying more attention to how these policy actors are really offering their support for local initiatives, I think is an important leverage point.
I don't know how to solve any of that, but I will just like ground it in maybe a story. There's a community that we are partnering with quite closely, and they right now are choosing, do they want to close their local hospital, or do they want the ambulance to only be working 5 nights a week, or do they want to pay teachers slightly more? You know, like it is, you know, very real economic local decisions based on the fact that they have a very small amount of money that they are deciding between. And so I think, of course, when someone comes in and says, well, what you really need to do is fill in the blank with almost anything, I think there's a sense of, okay, sure, yeah, that sounds good. Like, you don't understand actually what we're up against in our resource allocation decisions. So I just think the fights are real and often come down to just resources.
That's great. So the second chicken and egg question that I have was actually sort of between both of the papers, sort of cobbling together the data and arguments from the different ones. I mean, some of these sort of contradictory or perhaps explanatory things together. And on one level, we see, Nat, in your paper, you identified the lack of advanced coursework offerings. And I know in my home state of Missouri, in the 517 school districts, or maybe the 448 that offer high school, there were almost 200, where not a single kid took calculus or didn't take physics. And it goes up in, I think, the 280s if you talk about AP classes or something like that. At the same time, we saw you highlight these higher graduation rates but lower college-going rates, and I think you identify that for both 2-year or 4-year when you make those comparisons. But then also, in Sarah and Ashley's paper, you talk about the sort of lack of emphasis on college-going from principals. So it seems to be this sort of, again, a sort of vicious cycle of we think folks should have access to higher level coursework, but there's less of an emphasis on that. So again, maybe on the sort of instructional side or standard side or accountability side or some educational angle of this, how do we break out of that cycle?
Well, I think they mentioned this earlier about Sarah and Ashley said, we're exporting urban ideas of reform and we're taking them to rural areas, and one of those is, college for all. We have a college for all economy. That's where it's going. The rural economy is not college for all compliant. It just isn't. So I think that there's room to say, those superintendents that have a lower place a lower value on four-year colleges or on college attendance, they're probably right. And so then the second question is, well, what is the economic future that we're preparing kids for? And it could be the case that if you were a local superintendent that didn't want to lose your job, that perhaps you want to funnel kids to prepare for the local economy rather than feed the brain drain, and prepare students for four-year degrees that are going to take them to, St. Louis or LA or wherever, and not back home. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything that Nat just said, but I also think we have to be cautious with saying that, well, rural students, maybe they're just not destined for college, because I think that has two implications. One, I think it helps to reinforce both the political and economic divisions between cities and rural places, which has national political implications, but I think also denies access to the types of economic opportunities that urban students routinely enjoy. So this may sort of bring us back to the point around economic development and the need to think through what are the pathways for students to hold middle-class jobs in their communities, some which may require post-secondary education and others which may not, but sort of identifying those leverage points and doing more to focus on them at the K-12 level.
I think there are probably a lot of leverage points. If this is something that's on the agenda as opposed to something that's an afterthought, right? There are, I think, a lot of different points where we could be proactive from a policy standpoint. I mean, there are a lot of higher education systems that have a pretty substantial legacy of outreach, for example, to agricultural communities. To a significant extent, I think a lot of those higher education systems are struggling, but that's a potential network, for example, where you could have really relevant higher education opportunities connecting small rural school systems and students with higher ed opportunities that may guide them into other kinds of fields, but also illustrate opportunities that connect with local economies.
It is just an interesting aside to think about how kind of the virtualization of so many jobs could also actually change some of the employment patterns. Yeah. I actually have a number of friends who have moved to their hometown to do jobs that are certainly not necessarily local, but they're able to do it because of the internet. I mean, what I would say is even taking the college, not college piece off the table for a second and just focusing on how are people using their CTE or their career and technical education resources, there's fights happening within those domains even. So I was talking to a superintendent who, agriculture in particular is really popular. The courses are popular. The Future Farmers of America conference is the single largest gathering of youth in our country every year. It's an institution. And yet actually agriculture jobs in this particular community are on the decline. And so what he's having to do is actually convince his local community that they need to have fewer kids taking ag courses and more kids preparing for healthcare courses, not necessarily college degree doctor courses, but that's where that economy is going, and how do we help schools stay one step ahead in that, but also not the attachment to agriculture isn't just pragmatic, it's cultural. And so those are the forces that I think are harder to move.
Wonderful. So I want to go ahead and open it up to the audience, but the first question I'll actually take from Twitter. So thank you, people who are participating online. So the question is, and I might put a little bit of a variation on it or an extension on it because I think it's important. So the question is, how do we include the rural school superintendent's voice, expertise, and opinion in any transformational reform or innovation? And I want to put one sort of edge on it because the time I've spent in state capitals and others, you hear this sort of refrain from people who are involved in probably the more sort of reform side of education that like the rural school superintendent is the most powerful political force in the state. And I know, Sarah and Ashley, you kind of called that a bit into question in your paper. So I guess sort of answering the question of how we include that important voice on there, but maybe also extending it to say, is the political power of the rural school superintendent, is it overrated? Is it underrated? Do people not have a firm understanding of how it plays out?
I think there are a couple different pieces of this story, and I think it's much more complicated than what the conventional wisdom might suggest, which is almost always true. So on the one hand, I think when you look at rural communities, so not just the superintendent, rural communities enjoy substantial representational advantages in the American system, whether you look in state legislatures or at the national level in Congress, or even for just in terms of electoral votes for the presidency. That has been on the decline over time. So historically, it was much higher than it is today, but still, rural communities punch much higher than their weight might suggest, just in terms of population. And that can translate, I think, into power for the superintendent. Here is a place, I think, though, where size also comes into play, and just the diversity within rural communities. So in some rural places, you have countywide school districts that are relatively large. And so that central office staff there's just going to be more of them. And I think when you look at a small superintendent, the fact that they are literally managing the team, pulling the asbestos out of the building, that limits opportunities for political influence. And that's what we argue in our paper, is that we have a lot of demands on the rural superintendent who runs the small districts, their time, and they're not going to be making frequent trips to the state capitol to lobby on every bill. The one other caveat I'll add is in a number of states, rural superintendents associations have organized and regularly lobby. And I think this is a key leverage point for rural superintendents and rural communities more generally to keep themselves on the agenda, is to coordinate across their communities, right? Because if you're just one voice in the sea of interest groups and other actors in the education reform space, you may not be very impactful. But if you can come together, given that, as Nat talked about, we actually have a lot of rural districts in this country, even though they serve a smaller proportion of students overall, that could be really powerful for ensuring these issues remain a topic of discussion at the state level.
Yeah, Emily, I'd just be interested in your experience working in a state SEA. How did you sort of leverage the voice of rural soups?
Yeah, so my first task working at the department was around teacher evaluation, and we were in year one of teacher evaluation in Tennessee, and let's just say it wasn't super popular. And my job was to go around the state and get yelled at, and it was a solid education for me. It was very good and humbling, but it certainly showed me sort of the dangers of what top-down policy initiatives look like up front. And so as I transitioned to doing the curriculum and instruction work, which was around the shift in standards, we formed a leadership council. It was a group of 15 superintendents or chief academic officers who were going to be responsible for the work of the standards implementation. And we got together for like 2 days a month for like 3 years, and they became dear friends and came to my wedding, and we just like got to know each other. And they were my master's degree in rural education, but we just didn't do anything that they didn't feel like they needed. So I would ask, how are things going in math? And we would do math problems together and say, what's it going to take to help kids really reach this bar? And their ideas were great. And so that's what we did. So I think it's really just a question of, I do think they have political voice and power, and I think the reason that nothing gets by them, that they don't want to get by them, is because they lock arms and say, heck no. But I think the bigger question is, how do we help them do what they want to do already, which is serve their students well, and how do we help them find the places where they're having challenge with that, and figure out how to insert good solutions in those places.
I just want to add to that, right, a lot of what we talk about in terms of political power is the ability to impede, right, something that's going on. And what you're talking about is an ongoing effort that would allow you to identify opportunities for reform, right? And so you're thinking about the beginning of the policy process as opposed to, right, farther down the line. But to some of what Nate said and to some of what Ashley said, I think it's important to recognize that that process is going to have to look different state to state, right? So in North Carolina, there are 115 school districts. It's possible for a superintendent to maintain pretty close relationships, or for somebody at the SEA to maintain close relationships and kind of keep their finger on the pulse of what's going on, to build a sort of leadership council from those superintendents. If you're talking about Missouri or Texas, where there are hundreds, these intermediary organizations, associations, regional education service agencies are going to be more important intermediaries for making sure that there's good communication between policymakers, right, and local superintendents. So I think it's important to think about how you're strategic, right, about building that kind of communication network.
Great. So question from the audience. So it's one right here.
My name is Leonard Campbell, and I just wanted to touch on something that Nat said. I had personal experience with a reform campaign at a post-secondary level, and very much to your point of people catering to the local audience. Basically, they were of the opinion, elected officials and others were of the opinion that basically they had three local industries, and that they didn't want to do anything that would upset those industries. Essentially, hey, if we train these people for things that exist outside of here, they'll leave, and so why would we invest in that? And given that I think is a very pervasive sort of thought, I wonder if the question that's helpful to have at a national level is whether or not there should actually be training people for mobility, or if we're basically training them for whatever it is that exists where they are, and then people have to make the decision of, well, I'm going to live here or I'm not going to live here.
That's an outstanding question.
Yeah, I mean, that's a super tough question. If you just take it from the local perspective, I mean, I'm sure that local superintendents want to maximize the possibilities for the students that they're educating. But there's just very real concerns that I don't know how you deal with. I mean, sort of, the internet offers some potential, but it may be limited. And if you are a local economy that is heavily dependent on a few organizations, and you exacerbate a brain drain, you just get further, you can never get out of that hole by digging. I'm sorry, I do not have a solution.
I don't see a lot of this, and I may not be hearing the right conversations, but I think there's a lot of common ground in what all industries require. There's obviously a lot of differentiation as well, but basic literacy is something that many employers want to see their employees coming to them better prepared with. It'll come up in different forms, communication, et cetera, but I see more in schools a question of like, yes, we already know we want our kids to read better. How do we help them do it? So the sort of core basic academic standards, there's definitely fights when you get into sort of upper grades, but let's say like 8th grade skill level, I don't think there's a ton of fighting happening over whether those are the right expectations for having a pretty versatile set of options, but including fairly local and what might be called lower skill options. So I see more of the quest, at least in the teachers and the educators, around how do we get more kids to be able to do this set of things that is common.
Great. So as unfortunately we're running out of time here. Time flies when you're having fun. I want to give the panelists the same opportunity that our first panelist had. Andy ended with the question. We have policymakers watching, hopefully, or we'll be following up on YouTube in the future. If you had that one thing that you could say to them, one thing that you think they think that's wrong, or you think that they could do to improve things, what's that one thing you'd say to them? And maybe, Nat, you drew the short straw, so we'll start with you and we'll head back this way.
Fantastic. Well, this may not come as a surprise since I work here at AEI, but I think that it's important to not come down with heavy-handed central ideas about how we're going to fix these problems. Those simply will not work. And while I say that frequently about a number of things, it is particularly applicable here. Rural communities vary substantially, and any sort of administrative effort to support them will have to give a great deal of flexibility to deal with the economic situation on the ground and the realities that they're facing.
I guess I would say I would articulate a fairly similar point in that the political realities in local districts are diverse, the capacity challenges are real, but also the sense of community is generally very strong. And so I think policymakers have to engage with that reality and sort of build relationships and think over the long term to ensure that students in rural schools are actually getting their needs met.
Yeah, I think my comments will echo these as well. I see really two levers for policymakers. One, I think, is just a desperate need for better understanding of the challenges that rural schools confront. This is a very niche research area. Very little people work on this. Sarah and I are both political scientists. There is literally not a single article written about the politics of rural education. So I think there's a real need for understanding the challenges, and we've talked a lot about today the heterogeneity that exists across these communities. And even within particular regions, there can be heterogeneity based in the employment and economic sectors that exist and those sorts of things. So I think building understanding, if you're a state legislator, going to rural communities and talking to folks there can be a powerful way to both to build their understanding that you want to help them, and also your understanding of what they may need. I think the other real lever I see relates to the superintendency and how to better support that pipeline as well as the people who are already there. Now, I don't see the federal government playing a good or positive role in that regard, but I think other actors can, and federal policymakers can certainly support them. But folks in these positions, hold uniquely powerful and prestigious positions in their community, which makes them different than an urban or suburban superintendent where there's a lot of other players in town. So I think that's a real powerful leverage point for supporting new initiatives in rural communities.
Channeling the voices of the superintendents I know and respect, just this week one said to me, educating children goes best when the waters feel kind of calm. And I would actually just say that, I think one of the things that school leaders and district leaders spend a huge amount of their time doing is just keeping up with all the new stuff and the latest things. And don't get me wrong, we need real improvements, and that requires disruption. But I just think we have to be thoughtful about all the things that are going on, because each additional thing feels even heavier when you're already trying to do so much. And so just thoughtfulness about the unintended consequences of even small policy changes.
Wonderful. Well, if we could give our panel a round of applause. I was going to say we have a clock up here, and we almost hit 11:45 on the nose. It's like a James Brown song. It's just right on the button there. So lunch is going to be available. I am actually allergic to having people talk to me while I eat. So we are not going to have a panel while you eat. You can enjoy each other's company and enjoy the great food that we have. The next panel is going to start promptly at 12:30. Right where we are. So please enjoy, and we'll start promptly at 12:30.
Everyone, we're going to get started in about 1 minute, so if you could please go back to your seats. Thank you. I'll see you. Thank you so much. Travel safe. Everyone can get their coffee and their drinks.
We're at 9th and Pete.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to get back at it now. It's going to be hard to top those first two panels, but I think if there's any group that can do it, it is this one. I will try to keep up with them. This one is on how public policy plays out in rural communities. So we wanted to start off with some broader context, environmental factors on panel one, then get into some of the data, and then this is much more about some public policy issues. So like I said before, you have all of the bios of these great people in your packets. I will just briefly say, and we're going to go in order, sort of like we did before. First up is going to be James Scholes. He is an assistant professor of policy at the University of Missouri St. Louis. Then we have Dan Player, an assistant professor at the University of Virginia. Then my longtime colleague, Julie Squire from Bellwether Education Partners. She is a former AEI employee back in the day, so she's making her glorious return on this side of the panel. And then we have Jillian Balow here, who is the elected state superintendent. Is it superintendent or commissioner? Superintendent of the great state of Wyoming, to comment on papers. So please remember to continue tweeting generally about this. I think it's rural ed at AEI, and just like last time, you can tweet at me if you have questions that you would like to be added. I am just at Smerick, and I'll try to include those. So with no further ado, I think we will just turn it over to James. You ready?
I think I'm ready. All right, there's the slide. So first, I'll start with a small bone to pick with Mike McShane. I think that he told me that I had 6 minutes, and now we have 10, so apparently that was a way to keep me under the time limit. I also would like to say that I had at least 2 or 3 minutes prepared to talk about the fact that we can't paint rural schools with too broad of a brush, but that's already been done. It reminded me of the old joke about a statistician who has his head in the oven and his feet in the freezer, and on average he's just fine. That's what we see a lot of times in rural education, and that's what we see in terms of school finance. If you look at your state, I challenge you to look at your state or wherever you're from and look at the per pupil expenditure in your state. And chances are the highest spending districts in your state will be rural or town school districts, and the lowest spending districts in your state will be rural or town districts. We see tremendous disparity in what they spend per pupil. In Missouri, it ranges from about $6,000 or $7,000 per pupil up to about $23,000 per pupil, and those are our rural school districts. Both the top 10 school districts, 9 of the top 10 are rural or town in Missouri, and 10 of the bottom are rural or town school districts. So you see that they're both high and low spending per pupil. You also see that they're both large and small. So we have some rural districts that have thousands of students, and we have other rural districts that have 30 students or less, or fewer, I should say. So you do see that there's really, you can't paint rural education with too broad of a brush. I do want to throw out one caveat as I start here. I want to give you a warning up front that I'm really going to offer no solutions today. So don't be looking to me for the solutions, all right? What I want us to do is really understand rural education and rural school finance and understand how we should look at it as really not about how much do we spend or where should we allocate resources, but understand the trade-offs that are involved when we think about school finance. So my paper digs into a lot of different areas, or several different areas, but I really want to focus on one today that I think is the most important for our conversation here today. It is what I think is the biggest problem or the biggest financial challenge in rural schools, and it's the fact that they're rural schools. So rural schools have a lot more farmland, a lot more agricultural land that is not developed, right? They have fewer houses, fewer businesses, all those sorts of things. And that in and of itself isn't necessarily a problem, but in most states we treat rural land, we treat agricultural land very differently than we do commercial land or residential land. So for example, in Missouri, and I use Missouri as my example because it's a state I know best, and I think it provides an excellent sort of example for us. So about 2/3 of Missouri's 44.7 million acres are farmland. It's a pretty big deal. That's a lot of farmland, and we have really great farmland in lots of places. And Missouri collected $7.2 billion in property taxes in 2017. Okay, 2/3 of the state is rural, farmland, but only 1.76% of our taxes collected through property taxes were collected on farmland. That's incredible when you consider how much of the land is rural farmland and how much it actually generates in terms of revenue. And if I asked you guys, what do you think is the big problem in terms of rural education, many of you would probably intuitively say, oh, that rural schools don't have as high a property tax base. That's true, and it's partly because of this, what I'm talking about. And here's how it plays out in Missouri. So let's imagine that you had an acre of residential land that's not developed yet, but it's zoned for residential, and the retail value of that's $100,000. You've got 25 acres of agricultural land. In Missouri, we put these on 8 grades of the value or the productivity of the land. And let's say that this land is grade 7 in Missouri. That's the second lowest. And then you have a commercial lot that's also retail value of $100,000. Now, in Missouri, we have different assessment practices, and this is similar in other states as well. So we would assess the agricultural land differently than we would the residential and the commercial land. So in residential and commercial, we might use a market approach that values the land at the same value as the retail price. Whereas in our agricultural land, we apply these set dollar amounts by the legislature to assign the value to the land, and it's based on those 8 soil grades. And so that value of the land, the assessed value, the full assessed value, is completely different for rural land than it is for the commercial or residential land. And you can see the differences here. At $100,000 piece of residential land is valued at $100,000, but the 25 acres of the rural agricultural land is only $1,975. That's just on the full assessment. Then what we do is we apply different rates in terms of the assessment percentage, and so we get the assessed value. You see 19, 12, and 32%. And look at what happens in terms of the assessed valuation. You had 3 different parcels of land that retail at the same price, but then are assessed at very, very different levels. $237 versus $19,000 and $32,000 for these other pieces. Take that and then apply what the state assumes is the local tax effort, which is 3.43 per $100,000 per $100 of assessed valuation, and you see a staggering difference in how much local communities can raise on similarly valued pieces of land. So we as states and as society, we value our farmland, and to support that, we oftentimes tax them and assess them at lower rates, then putting our rural schools at a disadvantage when raising money. On top of that, so this is the assessed value per pupil in Missouri, and you see rural, town, suburban, city, and our rural and town places have lower assessed value per pupil, partly because of all the stuff that I just showed you. On top of that, we allow, in our state, and lots of states do this, local school districts to set their own property tax rate. So they get to determine through voting, do they want to raise their taxes or do they want to keep them the same or whatever it is. And in Missouri, we see our rural schools tax themselves at lower rates. So again, we go by dollar value per $100 of assessed valuation, and you see in rural and town areas, the rates are considerably lower than our suburbs and our cities. Right, so we start with a lower pool of money, we tax ourselves less, and then we have less money for rural schools. And this results in rural schools having less money generated locally. You see, the state tries to equalize this through funding formulas that make up for the difference, but you see 46 and 45% of rural and town funding comes from federal or state sources. This is in Missouri. Whereas 61 and 63% do in the suburbs and the cities. So our rural schools rely on the state and on the federal government to subsidize their education because they don't have the resources, because we've assessed them at low rates and we've taxed them at low rates and they have less money. So what does this all mean? Now, apparently there's something called copyright infringement. I had a picture up here of Austin Powers saying, "What does it all mean, Basil?" For anyone who knows Austin Powers, it's a funny reference. So what does this all mean? Well, what it means is we put our rural schools in a position where they can't support themselves as much through really no fault of their own. The tax rate may be their fault, but the assessing the property at lower rates is a state decision to subsidize agriculture. And then we then have to subsidize them, and when we do, our suburban and urban counterparts look at these districts and say, that's not fair, they're getting way more money than we are. If we think about adjusting the formula, what we're doing is we're talking about taking more money from suburban and urban places and further subsidizing these areas. Some states will put aside special pools of money. We set aside $15 million specifically for rural schools. That money's targeted by legislatures all across the country. When you have these specific pots of money, they say, why should we subsidize those places when they don't tax themselves already? And so we put a target on their back. And what I say here is that school finance, when we think about it, especially in terms of rural education, is about trade-offs. What do we value? Well, we may value our farmland or agricultural land, and we want to help support that area, but when we do, we hurt our schools, which is going to require us to put more money in from the state and from federal sources. We see tensions and trade-offs in school finance all the time, so this is nothing new to understand through this lens of trade-offs. But what's interesting here in terms of rural education, unlike urban schools, is the tension doesn't put a target on urban schools back that they might close. When we start targeting rural schools because of how much they spend per pupil or special allotments of funds, oftentimes we're forcing these schools to consolidate or to close when we remove those extra supports for them. So I hope that as you look at school finance, you really start to understand the trade-offs that are involved. And as I promised you, I have no solutions because this really comes down a lot to what you value in terms of making decisions when it comes to school finance. Thanks.
Great, well done. Dr. Player.
Thank you. Well, I'm a rule follower, and so I'm going to keep my comments pretty short too, and give you sort of an overview of what I was looking at in my chapter. So just a quick overview of everything we know about education policy is that teachers are the most important school level factor that contributes to student learning and student achievement. And we know this, and we know that that's the biggest lever that we have to work with. And increasingly, it's been a little depressing on some fronts that it's been hard to pin down exactly what makes us successful, what makes teachers successful. We know that there are differences between teachers in their ability to improve student learning, but we can't quite nail down what it is about those teachers. So I think there's some good work going on, and I'm sure that we'll continue to understand that better. And this all plays into an important discussion about the teacher supply in rural America. And this is a harder question to answer than you might think. It might, just defining what it is, are we talking about teachers as being this universal, kind of a cog in a machine, or are there differing levels of quality, and these are people that have different skill sets and different abilities? And so when we talk about a shortage of teachers, for instance, are we talking about a shortage of warm bodies to fill a classroom, or are we talking about a shortage of high quality teachers? And it's much more difficult to measure the latter. It's much more difficult to look at that. My chapter begins by acknowledging that it's hard to measure differences in teacher quality, and what we really want to understand about the shortages in rural America is, are there shortages of high quality teachers? Very difficult to measure that. So instead we'll look at kind of the traditional things. Is there evidence of shortages in rural areas of the United States? So I get a bunch of data from the National Center for Education Statistics over the last decade and look at, with contrast rural areas with suburban and urban. And depending on how you want to look at it, we do glass half full or half empty, but it's about the same in rural areas. In most cases, it's about the same as it is in urban and suburban. There aren't huge differences in overall in teacher vacancy rates and the teacher and the schools reported difficulty in hiring. But there are some important differences in specialty areas, and those have been touched on earlier today. So ELL is one of those, and or English language learning, and STEM fields is another one where rural schools are more likely to report difficulty hiring and filling a vacancy in those areas. So I think the main takeaway from that is that there are some concentrated challenges that we have to be aware of in filling these vacancies. And based on national data, the story in rural America is very similar to the story in other parts. But I wanted to point this article out. It has nothing to do with teaching, but maybe some of you saw this last week. Did any of you read this New York Times? All right. Do you remember why there's a shortage of Christmas trees? No, who knows? What's that? You looked at it. Okay, that's good. So there's a shortage of Christmas trees because 8 years ago or 9 years ago there was a recession, and it takes about that long to get a Christmas tree to where you can use it. And so this is what we're seeing now is kind of the shadow of this recession. It's a really interesting article. And I just think there are parallels for us to think about. Because we're not seeing shortages now, that does not mean that we're in good shape. And in fact, I think the movement in education policy, going back to the fact that we know that teachers are the most important, many of the policies that have been adopted over the last several years have focused on what I call the demand side. And that is looking at how do we evaluate teachers, teacher accountability, and then let's get rid of the teachers who aren't successful. That might work in a place like DC, where you have a potential pool of teachers to fill those vacancies. It might be tougher to apply this in a rural area where they simply don't have the pool of teachers to come in and fill those vacancies. And there's a number of reasons to think we might have, what did I just do? Oh, I've ruined, okay. So there are some well-documented challenges of attracting teachers to rural areas. One of those is just a lack of housing opportunities. It may be that there's a lack of housing that's close to the school. There may actually be, if we're talking about reservations, it may be that if you're not a tribal member, you cannot own property near the home. There are also, lack of job opportunities for your partner. So maybe less likely to find opportunities to go there. Likewise, it might be that you can't get young single people to go there because they can't find a partner when they live in a rural area. There may be challenges in the population. We've talked about some of those before with poverty and other things with challenges that may face there. Also lower pay, which is something that we just talked about because of this is the reality that rural areas pay less. Some of that is because of what was just discussed and the lower ability to collect tax revenue. Some states' funding formulas penalize rural areas because they take cost of living into account. And so rural areas tend to have lower costs of living with housing. And so they're penalizing rural areas with even lower teacher salaries. Also, one of the things that people have picked up on is another challenge for attracting teachers is lacks professional development opportunities. So being in a remote area, it's often difficult to connect with the university and faculty who might be able to help, or even other teachers for that matter. Teachers may not be able to connect with other teachers in their same subject. The teachers are often very specialized in smaller schools. Some of these, I think, are solvable, and that's what's encouraging. Some of these are solvable. Others are more the reality of rural situations, but some of them are solvable. So I highlight a few potential strategies. One of those, I'm give a shout out to Wyoming. This is giving away the answer, but does anyone know what the top paying states are for teachers? Wyoming's one of them. They have one of the highest average teacher salaries of any state in the United States, and they're also one of the most rural. So Wyoming has recognized that if they want teachers to be in rural areas, they've got to pay them. And in fact, I was just talking last week with a principal from Wyoming who was saying, you know, we lose teachers that want to go live in Salt Lake City, and we can't keep them in Wyoming, and so if we're not paying at least $10,000 more than the districts in Salt Lake City, we cannot keep the teachers there. So that's one of the ways that Wyoming has responded. Mississippi also has a kind of innovative program to help teachers have a place to live. They have loans that are available for teachers and grants that are available. There are also some grow your own programs. Georgia has an example of this where they try to convert paraeducators into teachers in rural areas. Alaska has a kind of a creative teacher induction program to try to retain teachers. So they have people throughout the state who come and work remotely with teachers in these very remote areas of Alaska. They'll teleconference and then have monthly in-person meetings. And then there are also job modification, people thinking creatively about how schools should be and how teachers can share jobs across schools with technology. So there are a lot of potential strategies. The one thing that I the one thing that's a little disappointing about this is that for a lot of the reasons we've talked about, these strategies are not in one place where someone can go and say, what can we as a rural district do to help attract and retain teachers? They're all kind of one-off, and they're all doing their thing in their place, but it's not well advertised. So one of the things I urge in the chapter is that we do a better job of coming together somehow and sharing ideas across, because while there are certainly challenges that are unique to every rural setting, there are challenges that are shared across rural areas where people can learn from each other, and I think part of this is communication and trying to understand. I think the bottom line in this is that there are right now, there are not huge differences that we see on average between rural areas and other settings, but I think because of policy, there's a potential for us to see those, and so we need to act now to try to prevent those from becoming a crisis in the coming decade.
Great, thank you. Ms. Squire.
Sure. So my chapter focuses on rural charter schools. And we know about 1 in 5 kids go to school in rural areas. About 1 in 20 students go to charter schools. And so we're really talking in the sort of the Venn diagram of education policy. We're talking about a pretty small sliver. Within the charter school sector, about 8% of charter schools are rural, and about 11% of charter school students are from rural areas. I also want to acknowledge that we are talking about a sector of schools that has pretty mixed outcomes. So among Credo's state-level analyses of charter school impact, about 9 of those break down the impact by geography. And as we see here, these are the charter school impacts in math and reading for charter schools in 9 different states. So when we think about rural charter schools, we should not think silver bullet, we should not think panacea, we should not think any other synonyms that suggest universal application or universal success. So charter schools are relatively rare, and they have mixed outcomes. They are also really hard to open and operate successfully. James's paper talks a little bit about the challenges of economies of scale in rural areas. That is even harder for rural charter schools, which generally receive lower per pupil dollars. And Daniel's player talks about the challenge of recruiting and retaining teachers in rural areas, and that is even harder for charter schools. If you think about a charter school opening, especially if it's in competition with a district school, having to recruit teachers either from out of town or from the existing system, and that can create some really big divisions in the community. There's also a lack of startup funding for rural charter schools. If anyone has ever drafted even an unsuccessful application to the federal CSP grant, it is not for the faint of heart. It is super labor intensive and hard to secure that funding. And then philanthropic support for rural charter schools is also really low. Most big philanthropies in education are really focused in the urban context right now. Another challenge for opening and operating charter schools in rural areas is the politics. A lot of the success of charter schools in urban areas have been based on a bipartisan political alliance between the political right and the political left, where the political right is sort of arguing for choice and competition, and the political left is arguing for providing low-income communities of color with options for their schools other than districts that have been persistently low-performing. That alliance and competition is not a terribly useful tool in a rural area that has a low population and low population density. It may only have enough students to support one school. And because so many of rural communities in America are predominantly white, there's a limited minority population and maybe limited sort of support from Democrats for applying rural charter schools in rural areas. So rural charter schools are rare. They are mixed in quality, and they're really hard to do well. So charter schools are hopeless in rural areas, and we can all go home. But there's an argument to be made that charter schools don't don't translate well from the urban context to the rural context. And I've heard a lot of people make that argument, and I would instead argue that to think about the potential of rural charter schools, we really have to bend our minds a little bit. If everyone sort of takes 2 seconds and thinks about the word that you most often hear or is most closely associated with charter schools, my guess is that it would be choice. But the reality is that in rural areas, charter schools are really a lot less about choice than they are about local control, about school autonomy, and about the unmet needs of very specific populations. There are instances where rural communities are large enough to sustain more than one school option. And the chapter that I wrote for this conference profiles one such school in Seminole, Oklahoma. That's the story of that school is particularly interesting. It's being founded by the CEO of one of the largest employers in town, who's driving the effort. And when he became CEO of this company, he had to assess the future in that community and decided that there were sort of 3 options for him to consider. One was to move the company to a place where the workforce was more educated. Excuse me. One was to move sort of a higher skilled jobs closer to the city and only keep the lower paying jobs in its current community. And the third was to invest in the local workforce. And after many conversations with the district schools and sort of feeling this intractable challenge of rural school improvement, he decided to launch a charter school, which will be opening this fall. And it's specifically geared towards preparing children for the opportunities, economic opportunities in that community. So that's one example of where a rural charter school is sort of playing out this choice and competition mechanism. But the other examples of rural charter schools that I unearthed during my research were largely about local control, autonomy, and specific student populations. So sometimes a rural charter school will be founded by a community when its existing school has been threatened for consolidation or closure. So a county board of education may say, it doesn't financially make sense for us to run this school anymore, we're going to close it down. And the community says, oh, heck no. We're going to open our own school, and we're going to design it to meet the needs of our community. And that's happened in a number of different places. I'm forgetting to advance my slides, I apologize. Specifically, there's one great example in Graysville, Indiana, and another one in Crestone, Colorado. Another way that the charter school mechanism is being used in rural communities is for autonomy. We all know the sort of the charter school bargain is more autonomy in exchange for greater accountability. And there have been a slew of about 12 districts in rural Oregon that have converted their district schools to charter schools in order to take advantage of that increased level of autonomy. And that to me is particularly interesting given the sort of the regulation of schools in the United States. Just anecdotally, have heard a number of rural superintendents say that they actually don't take money for free and reduced price lunch because the paperwork is too onerous. It is not worth it for them to invest in the compliance requirements in order to get that money for their kids. They fund meals for their children through other means, but not through the federal government. And then the last example is Cesar Chavez High School, which is an example of a charter school that arose to meet the needs of a very specific student population. In rural California, there's a significant migrant population, largely from Mexico. And they estimate that the average sort of immigrant farm worker in rural California has about a 6th grade education from Mexico. And so Cesar Chavez High School, which is an initiative of the Farm Workers Institute, was founded to help educate adult immigrants and high school dropouts, their students range from 18 years old to in their 60s, to earn a high school diploma with specific focus on career pathways and building skills for entrepreneurship to help drive economic development in their own communities. So really the application of rural charter schools is sometimes about choice, but more often it's really about these other values of education, autonomy, local control, and really specific needs of really specific populations and the charter's ability to do that. Finally, just thinking about some implications for policymakers. There are numerous state charter school laws that sort of have blanket prohibitions on rural charter schools. And I think there's a real opportunity for rural charter schools to play this sort of non-traditional role and sort of recommend that states sort of remove those blunt barriers and instead help local policymakers build the capacity that they need to make case-by-case decisions for when a rural charter school may actually have potential in their communities. And then I think that there are also an opportunity to sort of blunt the effects of inequitable per pupil funding. Charter schools may have more potential if they had access to the same level of funding that district schools do. And then in cases where rural charter schools do make sense, there are a couple of things that I think state policymakers can do to incentivize their growth. One is to ensure that charter schools are actually permitted to serve and enroll specific student populations. The Cesar Chavez High School in California that I mentioned was only able to do that because California's law allows them to work with their authorizer to define a specific student population that they want to serve. And then ensuring that charter schools can enroll students from across state district boundaries will sort of dilute the impact of that charter school on the district's finances. And finally, to keep rural charter schools sort of an appealing option to preserve that autonomy, accountability bargain in the charter school sector. If rural charter schools really do provide an opportunity to increase school level autonomy, then we need to make sure that that autonomy is preserved. That's it.
Great, thank you so much. Oops. Terrific stuff. All right, so what'd you think?
Well. Let me start by just describing the preparation to get to today. It was so interesting to read all of the papers that were just shared with you, and coming from a rural state, there wasn't anything that was particularly surprising because it's what I live every day as an educator and as the state superintendent. But to be able to delve into it and apply data and research was really interesting. And then to meld and crosswalk all three of these papers. At the outset, school finance, staffing, and school choice seem very disparate, but they were really easy to meld together and then to think about sort of some questions, not critique types of questions, but next steps kinds of questions. So first of all, let me just spend a minute or two describing the dynamics of Wyoming, and also where I'm coming from. So I'm a practitioner. I'm a high school English teacher by trade, and I taught 7 through 12 English, grades 7 through 12 English in our third smallest district for 8 years. And then I taught high school English in our third largest district for 2 years. And so in terms of the spectrum in a rural state, I've felt it. And really have lived this. My husband was the principal when I was in the K through 12 school teaching secondary language arts, and between us, we shoveled snow, coached basketball, coached volleyball, taught school, directed food services, and a whole slew of other things. And so we really do live this rural life and feel these challenges on a daily basis. Wyoming is 97,000 square miles, of just shy of 600,000 people. We have 93,000 students in K through 12. 25,000 of those are considered rural, and there are over 200 rural schools in Wyoming. We have 48 school districts, with 2 of those under 100 students each, and 2 districts that have over 10,000 students in it. We have 5 charter schools and a handful of private schools. We have over 100 municipalities, and our major industries in Wyoming are the energy and mineral industry, agriculture and tourism, with a technology sector on the rise, and renewable energy. So going back to kind of those insights and reading all of these papers and preparing for today, there were a couple of themes that really emerged for me. And first of all, you know, none of the authors or researchers talked about how we have problems that can't be solved, but all of them were conscientious about painting too broad of a brush and saying that every single rural community needs to be examined carefully from within to determine how to best overcome the challenges, whether that's school finance, school choice, staffing, etc. Another theme that arose for me was thinking about equity. And this is a conversation that's happening nationwide, right? And I actually, it was James, in your paper, you talked a little bit about the categorical funding, and you talked a little bit about how some states have sort of earmarked money for rural schools. And if you take that concept, not with school finance, but just in principle, and think about the equity conversation, it's kind of the same. There's equity, and then there's rural equity. And we, as a nation, haven't quite put those together. And I think that all 3 of the researchers did a really nice job of thinking about equity, either directly or indirectly, and sort of incorporating the challenges with rural equity into a larger conversation. But I think we need to continue doing that. I want to spend just kind of the last few minutes that I have. I think I have about 3, maybe. Okay. You told me 15. How does that? No, I'm kidding.
Whoa. They're on with Mike.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I wanted to just spend the last few minutes of talking about the application of each of these research chapters in Wyoming and kind of how those might look on the ground. So I'll start just kind of in order, and James talked about, in his chapter, he talked about school finance, and in Wyoming we have a pretty unique financial structure because we actually recapture all of the revenue, all of the tax revenue at the state level, and we distribute it equally, and actually a little more goes to rural schools for things like salaries and the rural school needs that are a little more expensive than some of our suburban areas. We have some urban dynamics, but no, by definition, urban areas in Wyoming. So it's a little bit different. Nonetheless, the policymaker considerations that James set forth are quite true, especially the subjectivity around the conversation of school finance, especially by our legislature, who is ultimately responsible for that funding. I think to most people, passive or active in education, and I would consider myself having been sort of an active part of education my entire career, you believe that school finance talk is objective and it's black and white, it's dollars and cents. Yeah. But especially when we're talking about rural education, I think the subjectivity and the lack of definition around the challenges, even from community to community, are really stark and kind of scary when we start having school finance discussions and start having equitable finance conversations and about how to make sure that takes place. The other piece of James' research that I found really insightful was, James, you talked a little bit about claiming a victory when there was none. And I think the opposite is also true. Like in our state, there's a lot of rhetoric around, hey, we're funding teachers at a higher level. We're giving all of this money to education in Wyoming, and we're not getting our bang for our buck. And that might be even more detrimental than claiming a victory where there really isn't a victory. So I think that really goes both ways, and it's so tempting in rural areas where every issue around education is right in our face, to think that education is the driver for student outcomes and not education being a driver for improved schools and better student outcomes. So, and then I'll just end with, and James' research with just asking a question. I really wondered, as I truncated all of this together in my mind, is there a way that we could have charter schools that were half charter school, half public schools? And I think that we've tried for a very, very long time to think about competition and school choice as the number one reason that we have charter schools. But if we think about the challenges that our rural schools can't overcome, how might the charter school concept help that? And to sort of remove maybe some of that political conversation and that contention, and just really think in terms of student outcomes and what does that cost? And how do we get buy-in from industry and business to achieve that? So, Dan, your paper was really insightful in terms of staffing, and again, it's something that certainly we live, and something certainly that in Wyoming is part of the bumps and bruises that we all take. When we were submitting our equity plan as a state, we kept asking teachers and schools through surveys, et cetera, what is it that, what positions can't you fill? And I'll share that every single rural school said, well, we can always fill positions. Sometimes it just takes a little bit longer, and sometimes we have to consider factors that are different than in our suburban counterparts. And so when we submitted our equity plan on teacher shortage, we couldn't claim a teacher shortage, right? Yep. And they sent it back to us and said, you have to find a shortage somewhere. You can't not have a teacher shortage. And so it was really weird, but and awkward, but we did identify special ed teachers as being hard to fill positions. But maybe one takeaway from this is that in addition to kind of, we can't fire this teacher just because they're ineffective, because we don't know who we would hire in their place. There are also some other impacts and other considerations, like that teacher has 5 kids in our school district, and that would be a huge economic detriment to our school district if we lost 5 students. Or that teacher's wife has the grocery store down the street. And if we fire this teacher for being ineffective, what is that going to do to our community, and what is that going to do to the politics of our school? So I thought that was great, and then just one other note on that is, or one other insight maybe that I had is in Wyoming, in about half of our rural communities, the school district is the largest employer, and so thinking about the schools as an organization and a bureaucracy is really, really tricky. So finally on school choice, and Julie, yours again was so insightful, and it's something that I've been doing a lot of thinking about. And I'll just share in Wyoming, we've created through pretty substantial funding from our legislature, choice within our schools in some instances, because we still uphold local control to a great degree. But that's really the genesis for that question of, we can't keep trying to figure out how an urban school choice charter school model maps to rural America. We have to really start thinking about, if we want choice, then, and maybe it's not a charter, how do we create that within our school systems without having sort of those insurmountable hurdles and no hope for standing up a charter school? And I think that there's a way out of it, or into it, I should say, but we have to work really carefully with our charter school organizations and urban counterparts to identify a whole new cadre of outcomes for charter schools and problems with establishing charter schools. So I'll just end with, and this is certainly not a critique, because again, all three authors addressed it indirectly or directly, but one thing that we think about as solutions to to challenges that all three authors presented is technology. And you know, one of the researchers talked about technology as sort of being like a promising practice, but something that we don't have great outcomes on yet. But in rural America, we really have to start thinking carefully about how do we up the ante on quality, whether we're talking about virtual learning, whether we're talking about choice through the use of virtual learning and hybrid models, or whether we're talking about creative staffing solutions like they have in Alaska. I think that technology, that rural America is a perfect space for us to really think carefully about making sure that we're preparing kids for an even more global and technological society, and that we're thinking about technology as a way to overcome some of the challenges that all three authors presented. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
That was terrific. Thank you so much. Please start thinking about your questions. I hope you folks have noticed, we tried to, for each of our panels, we had something specific in mind. We had the respondent in each of these cases be someone who not only was an educator, but also either did or currently is working for a state department of education. So simultaneously thinking about the real world consequences of like what's happening in schools, but then having this blown out backward view of state policy. And I thought Emily did a terrific job of that. Of course, Dr. Lowry did. And so like your insights were particularly helpful on this score, given that these are policy questions we have. And so I want to start with Julie, if you don't mind, because I love your framing with this, which is so many of us do think of charter schools as choice. I mean, it is a way to allow families to have more options available to them. So I think the three things that you pointed out, and correct me if I got this wrong, so one was, no, they can also do autonomy. They can focus on a particular like focus area of a school, and was the third one like saving a school in the community where it's in danger. Yeah. Okay, so those three things totally resonate with me, and I think people sort of get that. Given that that's the case, why haven't they been used more often? Like your first slides were really stark. I mean, this is a very small universe of schools. So is there something in policy, like the first generation of charter school laws or second generation, did they get something wrong that didn't enable this to happen, given that it seems so compelling, the reasons you gave why it could happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are two potential, I'm sure there are many more than two, but two that come immediately to mind, explanations. One is there are a number of state laws that really prohibit rural charter schools because they limit the districts where they apply to a certain population of students or certain size of the district. or otherwise sort of curtail their application. The other is that, I mean, charter schools have really gained traction in urban areas, and that's where they've really flourished, and the attention has been there. And there's a lot more work to be done there. I mean, there's still a lot of work to be done to increase the consistency of student outcomes in urban charter schools. And those who are advocating for urban charter schools sort of don't have the capacity, or maybe in some cases the interest, to sort of see how it translates to rural areas. So I think those are two potential explanations. Actually, a third just occurred to me, is just the role of CMOs, charter management organizations, in charter school growth. They have are driving a lot of growth in the charter sector, and I think the economies of scale issue in rural areas really prevents them from expanding their footprint outside urban areas.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So, James, I have to admit that I looked at some of your charts, and I wonder if there were some rural legislators who would actually think to themselves, bingo, we won. That is, in our areas, we have a whole lot of land, and because of state policy, you don't tax us very much, we don't have to tax ourselves very much, and the state compensates us. So we're getting the state to pay for our schools. So a bunch of rural legislators could look at that and say, don't change any public policy whatsoever. We're getting almost equal funding because the state is compensating for a low tax assessment and the fact that we're not taxing ourselves very much. So what would you say? Like, why would they want to change this?
Well, I don't know that they would. I mean, I think you're right that, as we talked about earlier, rural administrators, rural communities are oftentimes overrepresented in state houses,
Yep.
right? And so they do have a lot of political power. In my state of Missouri, I hear time and time again that the education lobby is the strongest lobby in the state. And so when you try to make school decisions, funding decisions, it's incredibly complex and tough, and you've got to balance competing interests with rural communities who want farm subsidies, who want their goodies,
Yeah.
and you've got the urban communities that want their goodies as well. So no, I think you are right in that with low taxes and understanding these are communities that like low taxes, that they could consider themselves winners. That's why changing school funding formulas is so incredibly tough.
Yep.
That's why in Missouri, when we went to a new funding formula after a lawsuit, about 200 of our 500 plus districts are hold harmless. Right? They're still on the old formula when we have a new one that's been in place for a decade or more than a decade. So school finance is tough because of this very issue where people are always trying to protect their own local interests. That's why I'm not saying everyone should go to a centralized system, but I was talking to a gentleman earlier and saying that if you want to address issues of equity or these things, oftentimes having a centralized system is the easiest way to go or the best way to do those things, but it takes away the local autonomy that you have to set local rates and to do those sorts of things locally. So there's this tension inherent in school finance.
Yep. Just for Dan, one way of looking at some of this data is almost like the dog that didn't bark. Like, given the fact that so many teachers, and I've heard different figures on this, but generally teachers end up teaching in a school that is 50 miles or less from where they grew up. And the fact that rural communities are generally isolated. A reasonable person before seeing this presentation could say, my lord, the crisis in teacher staffing in rural areas could be cataclysmic. Why is it not worse than it currently is? So can you sort of walk us through some of that?
I think you're exactly right. And that's one of the things I touch on a little bit in the chapter is one of the tipping points that could potentially be catastrophic is lower college-going rates in rural areas. And if people want to stick with the area where they grew up, which has been the pattern that we've seen with teachers, then, we could be up a creek because we don't have anyone who's qualified to be a teacher living in these rural areas. I don't know why we haven't seen that yet because this is not new and this has been this way for a long time. I think part of it I would say is that, again, the definition of rural, if we're thinking that they're going to be within 50 miles of where they graduated from high school. You can have a lot of people who graduated from a suburban high school who are still within 50 miles of a rural area who may be going and teaching in rural areas. When you start talking about really rural, distant rural areas, we do see a little bit more evidence of a teacher shortage popping up. We almost, in no schools do you see a shortage of elementary school teachers. The percentage of places that report having a difficulty filling an elementary position is less than 5% in any locale. Or even if you're a distant, if you're very far away, you're a very remote rural area. But it does you start to see these specialized positions. They're much harder to fill in very remote places, and that could just continue to get worse as you know, with the brain drain that we've talked about. People are not coming back to the rural areas. I think it is a great way to try to get people to come back is to have these jobs available, but it's hard when they're not paying much and there aren't opportunities for a partner to also be working in those rural areas, unless they're happen to both be teachers.
Okay, one last question for Jillian, and this is just like straight, I'm trying to connect dots and maybe they shouldn't be connected, but to Dan's point and something that Emily had said earlier, which is she hypothesized that the folks who go out and get a college degree and come back to a rural area, she was guessing that probably a non-trivial portion, maybe like a majority of them are actually teachers, that if it weren't for teachers, even more people would be going away. So is there, what I'm connecting this to is Julie's chart showing that rural schools, charter schools, maybe their performance isn't a whole lot better. It's worse in some cases, but sort of middling. Is it the case that there is some personal, cultural, historical, geographic draw of teachers that just brings them back to their rural communities that we're not accounting for in some reason? As you think about the teachers in Wyoming who come back to Wyoming or stay there, what is it that like reading and math scores aren't capturing? Like, why do they want to be teachers in rural schools?
Yeah, great question. I don't know that it's a whole lot different in urban areas. It's that drive to be a teacher that some folks just have.
Yeah.
But I'm going to address that from just my personal viewpoint, and knowing that when I was in that small school, the K through 12 school, there were not the majority, but close to the majority of teachers who grew up there, went to school, maybe taught somewhere else for a few years, and then came back and settled there. And I think it's really based on, and now I have several of my former students who are teaching in that same school where I taught. And they went back home, same story. So it's generational, and it really is that grow your own phenomena that is that's happening organically in small communities. And I think it's based on culture and on having a great school experience. You know, in a small school, you, whether you like it or not, are a big fish in a small pond. And that means that in many cases you may have some extra supports or opportunities to succeed, whether it's on the basketball team or in the classroom, that maybe you wouldn't if you were in an urban setting. And in the community, it's familiar. There is a sense of familiarity and less of a sense of anonymity. And so I think culturally and generationally, it feels safe. Yeah. And it's a place where many people who embrace the small community want to go back and want to live. And oftentimes, again, in the community, the school district is the largest employer, and oftentimes the highest paying employer.
Yep. The reason why I bring this up, and we can talk about this later, but I think Mike and I are probably going to have to address this in the introduction to the book, is there, certainly among a bunch of economists, even conservative economists, there's this view that today, in particular, people in America are moving a whole lot less than they used to. And economists, especially on the right, are saying people ought to get up and just move more, go to where the jobs are. Like the logical extension of that is, you know, we'd have a lot of people moving to Chicago and Boston and Silicon Valley, and I'm not totally sure that that's always the right answer. There is something about place, there's something about history and culture, not just the safety of it, but, you know, for pluralism reasons. Like, we're great because of our diversity, and something that we're trying to struggle with here is communities and schools and history and culture, they're all wrapped up together. And protecting schools, like to Julie's point, this is really important to communities, not just, well, they want their school because it's them, it's their history. We got to figure this out in some way. Like in urban communities, for many of us who deal with charter schools, we think, oh, yeah, school closes, a new school's open, everything's fine. It's different. Yeah, like if a school closes in Wyoming, I mean, catastrophic often.
A topic in our legislature this year. There were 2 schools that closed over the course of the last year since our last legislative session, and both of them are topics for discussion. There are bills to revive these schools,
Yep.
and
Because a
and
town
so it
could
is.
go away if the school goes away.
Absolutely, it's the heart of a rural community.
That's right. All right, what kind of questions do you folks have? We have about 15 minutes. Ma'am.
Hi, my name is Leah Cruzy. I run a group called Allies for Educational Equity. I had a couple questions. One on the having lobbied in a rural state on education reform issues, including charters. I'd offer and ask around the question you had asked Andy around what prevents there from being more rural charter schools, and it is not a coincidence that the charter laws are written to either disincentivize or simply not allow them. And I'd point to the decentralized form of governance in that school boards have no interest in giving up power. No one ever has an interest in giving up power. And so I challenge and also ask from your scholarship sweeteners to make it possible to, so knowing that it is a human development reaction to not want to give up power, but then also recognizing the promise of a charter school to offer more accountability or autonomy in designing a school from within. What has your scholarship found? And then for Dan and James, I didn't hear anything about pensions in there, and that's something that can impact the demand and potentially supply side for teacher quality and teacher supply, and also alt-cert. So kind of throw all that out there.
What was the last thing you said?
Alt-cert.
Well, I didn't pay her to ask that question.
On the role of school boards in local communities and the politics there, I mean, there's heavily concentrated power in local school boards. And in rural communities, the school board and the superintendent are often the only educational experts and highly trusted by their community members. And so the idea of a charter school is very threatening, I think, in some cases, especially when it is communicated with this lens of choice and competition. But I also think, so there are 2 things. One is I think, and is in my paper, there are other applications of charter schools that I think would be more appealing. But I think in rural contexts and frankly in urban contexts as well, charter school proponents need to do a much better job of communicating what the heck charter schools are to begin with. I think there's a lack of familiarity in a lot of rural communities where there may not be a rural charter school down the street. There isn't probably a rural charter school down the street in the same way that there is in an urban community. And so informing people about what charter schools are and what the bargain is for autonomy, what the potential is for charter schools actually to reinvigorate a rural community, like we've seen in Graysville, Indiana, and Crestone, Colorado. I think that would go a long way to sort of convincing people. It's just people need to be informed about what these policy options are. Yeah.
On this first part around charter schools, I'm just thinking on the fly here, but I'm wondering about financial inducements to the schools, whether it's rural or otherwise. In Missouri, we're one of the states where charters have been restricted to St. Louis and Kansas City, but a local school board can open a charter school, and surprisingly, none have. I don't know why, but what if Missouri doesn't offer any support for school buildings? All of that's raised locally, and what if the state had a system in which, for a conversion charter, they subsidized a portion of a new school building or upgrades to the building? I don't know. That might be part of it. I didn't touch on teacher pensions at all in my paper. I mean, I could add a section if you want to, but what I've been showing in my research lately is that the pension systems tend to favor urban and suburban school districts because the pensions are typically based on end-of-career salaries. So in Missouri, it's based on 3 years. And what happens with school district salary schedules, almost all are on salary schedules, the richer school districts have steeper schedules that go up like this, and the poorer school districts sort of flatten out. And so what you see is this big diverging of salaries, and we capture final average salary at the end of the career, whereas if you used more years of service, what would happen is, just adjusting the formula using more years of service, you would put more money in the retirement benefits of the rural school districts and those people who work in the less affluent schools. So the system, I think, favors the. So you said favor. I think I heard favors the bold earlier, but it favors the urban and suburban school districts, and so I think it is something we need to think about in terms of reform. Is how do we create a retirement system that supports teachers, that helps them retire with a secure retirement, but that doesn't subsidize the teachers in the wealthy school districts, because that's what many pension systems are doing.
And just I would add to that sort of from an economic perspective, people, much to the chagrin of economists, people do not respond to benefits when we're talking, like when a 22-year-old shows up for a job, you're sort of wasting your money if you're making their retirement more attractive. Yep. You'd be better off making their salary more attractive and skimping on their retirement, because they just simply do not respond to retirement benefits. On alt-cert, just really briefly, that is certainly a way to get teachers into rural schools. I was surprised when I looked at the data that they actually are less likely to be in rural schools. They're more likely to be in urban schools. And I think it's, after thinking about it, it's probably that those programs are located with universities or close to universities, and there aren't as many programs available near rural schools. But it's an untapped possibility, I think, because an alt-cert program seems like a potential to get teachers in rural schools. But they're not currently being used by and large.
You have your hand over here, then we'll come over here.
Thanks. Sasha Podolsky with the school superintendents. I had a question about how special ed plays into the charter school conversation, the teacher retention and shortage conversation, as well as the school finance conversation. I think it touches on all three. And I'd be curious to hear how, the influx of, say, one child moving into a rural school system who has very complex needs impacts the ability of that school district financially, as well as in terms of professionals that it hires, and then how a charter school model, which has difficulty already with special education students, could perhaps be used in some cases to help districts in rural areas with special education students.
Great question. Yeah, who wants to tackle it first?
So I'll jump in real quick I didn't touch on this at all in my chapter in terms of the special ed students. I didn't get into the weeds very much. But I'll say this, some states have formulas that really do a better job of tying dollars to students with special needs. And so you might have a student with profound special needs that gets $20,000 or $25,000 per pupil that actually follows the child to the school that he goes to. Missouri, we have a situation in which you only get additional funds when the percentage of your students with special needs is above a certain threshold. Yep. And in that case, if this student moves to a school where they're not above the threshold, they bring in the average state funding. They don't bring in any additional funding. And so it could be an incredible challenge to them. So, I don't touch on this in the paper, but the best thing I think that small schools can do is start really organizing cooperatives to address these needs of students, because it is incredibly challenging for a small school to really meet the needs of these students, especially when additional funds aren't coming for those students.
Does that simply argue for states doing a new funding formula that really is clear about having a high plus up in a per pupil allotment for students with special needs and differentiated among different types of needs, and that money going directly to whatever school they choose?
I think especially when it comes to special needs students, I think we should have a high priority on those dollars following the student. And yes, we should have different levels for different types of needs. And so again, in Missouri, if you're identified, whether you have a ADHD or you have a profound significant disability that you have to have an aid all day long, you're going to get the same dollar amount through the formula. And so I think it is important that we really understand and differentiate between these types of students.
Very interesting. Dan?
I was surprised to see in the data that I had, the national data, they didn't report any more difficulty recruiting special ed teachers than any other suburban or urban schools. But I also, I'm kind of perplexed by this because there could be, if it's one student, you might not have enough from the state funding formula to hire a teacher, but they need to have a teacher. And so anyway, we didn't see that play out. I also wondered, and I don't have the data to support this, I just wonder if rural, urban, and suburban schools are different in their ability to identify students with special needs. And
That's an interesting question.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but that could be sort of a chicken egg.
Yep. Julie, any thoughts?
I agree. No, I think a couple of things. One is I think there is potentially a real benefit in rural schools for special ed kids where there's a smaller student population and a very like a really increased focus on community care for the kids in the school. So maybe there's something there, but I agree that there are probably more challenges than there are benefits. And then just to bring us back to the first panel today, I really wonder, we're seeing such an increased number of babies who are being born who are addicted to opioids, and the long-term effects of that, I don't know that we know, but I would hazard a guess they're not great. And so, when those students make it to pre-K and to kindergarten, I think that it's possible that this investment in rural special ed, that intersection, is going to be increasingly important.
Great, Jeff.
Can I add to that?
Please.
So again, from an application standpoint, I'll talk a little bit about Wyoming, and Wyoming is unique with special ed because our schools are reimbursed 100% for special ed services. So you spend what you need, and the state reimburses you. It's been excellent, but now as our legislature is seeing that it may they're checking on over identification and kind of holding schools to a feet to the fire a little more, which I don't think is a bad thing. But as they start to talk about thresholds, that really messes with our maintenance of effort and MFS at the federal level to think about adjusting that. So if your states are thinking about sort of a threshold type of funding, you really need to be cognizant of how that plays out against the federal funds for special education. And then, even closer to home, I have a daughter who's in special education, and needed services when we were teaching in a rural community. And here's what I'll say from a mother's standpoint. And now we live in the largest district in our state, and in a small district, rural community, where some of her service providers may have had to travel an hour and a half to see her, it was more organized and more efficient than what she gets when the service providers are right there in our community. So it takes more coordination, but again, and maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I got really lucky. That's why I hesitate to say, that's how it is in rural communities. But certainly I've heard that anecdotally in other communities as well, that special education services just need to be highly coordinated and organized by quality folks in rural areas to make it work. And in order to do that, you really have to have the funding to be able to.
Okay, we have time for just one last question. So since Mike and I have done it on the previous ones, let's do it one more time. I want to start at the end with Julie, because it's a more specific version, then come down. So the question is about policymakers, if you could get in front of them, because you kind of are right now, or their staffs, and say, do this one thing, what would it be? So, but Julie, with your case, there's still probably a handful, 8, maybe 10 states that do not have charter laws yet, and they are primarily the very rural states. So if you had their legislators right now, and they have, many of them don't like the idea of charter schools, but if you could make the case to them, pass a charter school law, for what reasons, and have it look like what would you tell them?
I would encourage them to pass a charter school law and then pair that with some real capacity building for those that they vest with the authority to approve and oversee rural charter schools. I think that they require a very different set of criteria to understand when they're viable and when an application for a charter school is going to be successful. So I would encourage them to sort of invest in that capacity.
Great, perfect.
I'm not sure. I think what I mentioned in my short talk was that I think it would be helpful for there to be state funding or maybe federal funding to be collecting ideas to be able to share out with with rural areas. Each district may be doing something that's great. They don't have the incentive to make that. I mean, they just don't have the time and the energy to flesh it all out and help people understand how they're doing it. So I would like to see more of that, that rural districts and states are sharing ideas with one another and not reinventing every time this process.
So I said at the beginning of my talk that I wasn't going to give any solutions.
That's right.
And so when it comes to school finance, I won't. If a lawmaker asked me, what's the best thing to do, I would say, what do you hope to accomplish? Because there are different strategies for accomplishing different things when it comes to school finance. But I will offer some solutions on these other areas. Number one, when it comes to charter schools in Missouri, first off, you got to let them be open to other places. That's the first thing you have to do if you want more charter schools. And the second is you have to allow them to enroll across district boundaries. Some schools or areas are just so small they can't support a school with just the students there. When it comes to retaining and recruiting teachers, I think one of the things we need to do is support our rural schools in their recruitment efforts. Visit the websites of rural schools in your state, and chances are they are abysmal. And that's your first point of contact if you're looking for a job oftentimes. You can't find any information on them. But these are really oftentimes great places to work, really high satisfaction, really good sense of community. And so we need to do a better job of marketing those things. And I think that, in addition to some of the other ideas, would be a helpful solution. So I offered some ideas today.
That's great.
Yeah, and I live this, right?
Right.
So I think the most important work that I can do as a state chief in a rural state is to make sure that we're constantly tying education to the strength of our state. And so I'm all about career and technical education and computer science education, and policy decisions that I suggest or recommend or am part of always are around that, because every single rural community in our state, and I would venture to say across the nation, is hanging on by a thread, not because they're weak, but because one catastrophic event or a fire at the motel or something can just really devastate the community. But education is a mainstay. And so if we can really build the strength of our rural communities through education, through a well-rounded education, we thereby really build the strength of our state as a rural state. So again,
That's perfect.
That's where I'll end it.
Well, thank you. So let's just do a quick wrap up here. So, Mike, if you want to come up here and join me to say anything, like to sort of like final words, I just want to make sure everyone knows that the papers are still available outside, and they will be available online for some amount of time, but not all that much longer, because we're going to turn this into a volume. Please feel free to get in contact with us, with any of the authors. Would love to hear your feedback. Thank you for joining us. Mike, anything else?
Yeah, just say the book will be available, given book publishing timelines, it's probably going to be like 9 months or something from now. But be on the lookout from Roman and Littlefield. Andy and I now have the task of trying to write introductions and conclusions that tie all of this together, which we will do our best to. But be on the lookout for that in the coming months.
And so please join me in thanking this panel and the rest of our great scholars. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
You have my vote, by the way. I don't live in Wyoming now. That's a perfect position.